Chapter 2375. Zi-Qin had destroyed God's wrath in 3 strikes. Such battle prowess stunned the spectators present. The careless expressions on those people's faces were already receding, and their expressions gradually became solemn. God's wrath was extremely important in their hearts. Not only did it represent God's laws, but it also represented the God race's rule. Especially in this place where God's power was added, God's wrath was invincible. However, Zi-Qin's 3 strikes had easily destroyed the invincible God's wrath in their hearts. At this moment, the expressions of those who had looked down on Lin Feng all changed. Slash! After destroying God's wrath, Zi-Qin descended from the sky. The broken sword in his hand flashed as it flew towards Lin En. Fleetfoot steps. Lin En tapped his foot and changed his position, dodging this attack. Following this, a long sword appeared in his hand. He poured God's laws into the long sword, and he charged towards Zi-Qin with his sword. Clang! Zi-Qin blocked with his sword. Sword arcs flashed continuously, and a powerful force spread out in all directions with each clash. Watching Zi-Qin fight, Xianjun muttered, "He's even stronger than before." After fighting Zi-Qin personally, he knew very well how powerful Zi-Qin was. Looking at Zi-Qin now, he found that Zi-Qin was even stronger than before. Clang! Clanging sounds continuously sounded out on the battlefield. As the 2 sides continued to exchange blows, Lin En continuously retreated. This was because Zi-Qin's attacks contained too much power. If he did not retreat, he would not be able to completely neutralize those attacks. After facing them head-on, he truly understood how powerful Zi-Qin was. Zi-Qin's attacks continuously forced him back, which made him feel very uneasy. If this continued, the first one to be unable to hold on would definitely be him. Therefore, he took advantage of the confrontation and quickly retreated. During this time, he used the fleetfoot stride and changed directions several times to prevent Zi-Qin from catching up. Zi-Qin did not give chase. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at Lin En, who had appeared, and said calmly, "If you have any tricks up your sleeves, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Being underestimated like this, Lin En's face showed a touch of anger. He snorted coldly and formed a seal with his hands. The space above began to distort and colorful light lingered. World-destroying divine seal. As Jolson shouted in a low voice, a divine seal emitting colorful light appeared in the distorted void. The divine seal surged with terrifying divine power, spinning in the sky. As Jolson's finger fell, it pressed down on Zi-Qin. Zi-Qin felt like he was being dyed in colorful light as a vast pressure fell on his body. This was clearly a divine skill with extraordinary power. Zi-Qin raised his head and looked at the sound calmly. His black hair danced wildly in the airflow. Not only did he not feel the slightest pressure, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This is more interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, the broken sword was unsheathed again. But this time, the light on the broken sword was no longer a bright sword light, but 2. They were the colors of yin and yang, flashing with the light of thunder. Swoosh! When the divine seal was almost within reach, the 2-colored sword light went against the sky and turned into a sword light that swept through the middle of the divine seal. The entire descending divine seal was directly split into 2. The broken blade flew hundreds of meters in defiance of the heavens before dissipating. This time it was a single sword. Just a single sword. The expressions of the other spectators changed again, from solemn to shocked. As a level 5, Lin En was definitely the best among those of the same level. He was even stronger than Xianjun. Although Zi-Qin defeated Xianjun, it was said that the 2 of them fought for a long time, and Xianjun was lucky to win. After that, no one cared about such a mortal. Instead, they mocked Xianjun for being too weak. But now, from the beginning of the battle, Lin En had been passive. That breathtaking saber strike, just now made them feel a kind of palpitating feeling. It is indeed the energy of yin and yang. On the high platform, the man sitting at the edge said. His eyes, which occasionally flashed with colorful light, stared at Zichen, and his expression changed. Isn't this the same as Wuji back then? On the other side, a voice sounded. There was an indescribable feeling in that voice. It seemed to carry some fear, but a god should not be afraid. Wuji made the divine city a mess back then. This time there is the energy of yin and yang. Will it become another Wuji? A worried voice sounded. If they were to ask what had been the most troublesome thing in the past few years, they would definitely say Wuji. They could not kill him, but they could not let him go. Wuji back then had almost shaken the divine city. Of course, it was not just Wuji alone. There was also the power behind Wuji, the old man that even they were afraid of. This was also the main reason why Wuji could live until now. No, he can't be the next Wuji, the divine clan man sitting beside Yiqian said. When the other divine clan people heard this, they were obviously relieved. As long as it was not the next Wuji, it was fine. But then the man said again, because he has the energy of both yin and yang. If he grows up, he will be stronger than Wuji and more terrifying. When the other divine clan people heard this, they were all moved. They could not help but show worry in their eyes. Only Yiqian was not interested in their conversation. She just looked at the battle below. The smile on her face never disappeared. She only had eyes for that figure. After interacting with these people for a long time, she also knew that although these people were powerful Protoss, they were also paranoid all day long. It was quite boring. If he is stronger than Wuji in the future, doesn't that mean that he will cause more chaos in the divine city? Should we? One of them asked tentatively, I want to watch the battle. Can you please keep quiet? At this moment, Yiqian frowned and said, the divine clan people put away their other expressions, sat up straight, and began to focus on watching the battle. They did not mention Zichen's energy of both yin and yang anymore. It seemed that they were very afraid of this future divine lady. In the middle of the battlefield, Zichen had broken the divine seal with a single strike. Such a clean and nimble manner gave Lin En a huge fright. I said before, if you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, the battle should be over. Zichen's indifferent voice suddenly rang in Lin En's ears. He saw that Zichen, who was standing in front of him, was disappearing like a phantom. Damn it! Lin En cursed. Without hesitation, he used the fleet-foot stride and quickly moved to the side. He saw a bright arc of a blade slashing across the place where he had been standing. Lin En appeared on the other side. He looked sideways at his arm and saw that there was a wound there and blood was flowing out. You. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. He did not understand how his opponent could be so fast. It seems that you did not do your homework. Zichen shook his head helplessly. His body flashed again, and like a bolt of lightning, he went straight for Lin En. Lin En used the fleet-foot stride again, but this time he did not escape Zichen's pursuit. The light under Zichen's feet turned into two colors in an instant. It was still the same as the gold and silver energy just now. His speed increased sharply, and he arrived at the place where Lin En appeared first. As a result, Jolson, who had just appeared, met with a flash of a blade arc, which swept toward his neck. His face was full of fear, and he quickly dodged. Puff! That slash landed on his chest, leaving behind a long gash. Lin En's figure flashed again, wanting to increase the distance between the two of them. However, Zichen once again arrived at the position he wanted to reach before him. Puff! Another arc of a blade appeared on his body. His speed is faster than the fleet-foot stride. How is this possible? The fleet-foot stride is the fastest speed in the world. In this world, how can there be a speed that is faster than the fleet-foot stride? The surrounding young spectators were all shocked at this moment. Their faces were full of disbelief, and they could not accept this reality. In their minds, God was the most powerful, and the divine skill was the most powerful. Previously, Zichen, as a mortal, easily destroyed the divine skill, which shocked them. Now, even the world's fastest fleet-foot stride was suppressed by a mortal. Hearing the cries of surprise, Dofsil couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although he didn't like the two guys on the viewing platform, these people were even more annoying. He sneered, "Are you all idiots? When did the world's fastest speed become the fleet-foot stride? Is this what you call it? Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Zichen is using the world's fastest speed, and it is recognized as the world's fastest speed. How dare you? The world's fastest speed is the fleet-foot stride." As soon as Dofhill's words came out, many people rebutted. Dofhill just rolled his eyes and muttered that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. He knew where he was. He could be shameless to these fake gods, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction to the divine race. In fact, there was no need for him to explain, because the situation on the battlefield had already explained everything. Zichen had already put away his broken blade and switched to using his fists. Obviously, he was afraid that if he could not stop, he would directly kill his opponent. Using his fists was much more direct, and he could control his strength. Boom! The powerful punch landed on Lin En's body. The terrifying power passed through Lin En's body and entered his body. Cracking sounds could be heard as several bones in Lin En's body were broken. Crack! Immediately after, Zichen's figure flashed again and appeared beside Lin En. He grabbed Lin En's wrist and poured a powerful force into it, breaking Lin En's entire arm. "I said that I would not let you stand and watch the whole battle." Zichen's cold voice sounded. His figure appeared on the other side and kicked Lin En's leg. After that, there was a sound of bones breaking, and Lin En's body fell to the ground. Crack! Zichen did not show mercy and attacked again. The divine rule around Lin En's body could not protect him at this moment, and his other leg was broken. In fact, Zichen did not want to attack before, but Lin En was too arrogant. His attitude towards Jia Tu and Huang Tu made him very unhappy, because Jia Tu was his friend and had protected him many times. Bang! Chapter 2396. Lei Ting seemed to have fainted. Zichen's shout didn't wake him up. Dofhill, who was standing in front of Lei Ting, kicked him and said disdainfully, "You idiot! Why did you run to our Doff family's territory?" A flow of energy entered Lei Ting's body through Dofhill's foot. Lei Ting's face looked more painful, but he woke up and slowly opened his eyes. Opening his eyes, he slowly raised his head and looked around. When he saw the Saint Kings around him, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then he fixed his gaze on Zichen. Apparently, both of them had the same aura. Not only did they come from the Life Star, but they also came from the Thunder Clan. However, Lei Ting didn't know Zichen, so he was bewildered. "What do you think?" Dofhill looked at Zichen and smiled mockingly. "Let him go first," Zichen said in a low voice. "Do you think I'm a fool? Give me the saint weapon first. Otherwise, he will die in front of you. Don't try to bargain with me. You should know that this saint weapon is mine to begin with," Diffusier said coldly. "A saint weapon for his dog Life? My patience is limited. Who are you? Why did you save me?" Lei Ting ignored Dofhill and looked at Zichen with a puzzled face. "I'm Zichen from the Thunder Clan," Zichen said. "I know that, but I don't know you," Lei Ting said again. Apparently, he didn't know why this stranger wanted to save him. "I went to the Thunder Clan's base and saw the Thunder Ancestor. He left." Thinking about the Thunder Ancestor, Zichen looked sad. "I expected this when I left. But I don't know you. Why did you save me? Moreover, you are willing to use a saint weapon to save me? Do you have the ability to protect me?" Lei Ting asked again, but his tone sounded distant. "The Thunder Ancestor asked me to do this. Also, I'm a heaven-defying one of the Life Star. That's why I have a reason to save you, Zichen said. Heaven-defying, this identity is indeed very frightening. However, in all these years, I've never heard of anyone defying the heavens. Doffhill sneered and said, Our Doff family once recruited many heaven-defying lackeys, but I didn't see how strong they were. My patience is limited. Hurry up and bring me the saint weapon. This scene was witnessed by the people of the Jatu family. At this moment, the Jatu Emperor finally understood how Doffhill had made Zichen give up. So it was because of this person, but it was obvious that this person did not know Zichen. Moreover, from his words, he seemed to be conflicted with Zichen and did not approve of him. Would Zichen give up his saint weapon for such a person? Let him go first, and I'll give you the sacred weapon. Zichen did not hesitate for too long and said indifferently, You know that what I care about is different from what you care about. Sacred weapons are not the most important thing in my eyes. Doffhill slowly shook his head and said, No, that's not possible. Either he took the saint weapon or he died. Choose one. This was a dead end. If Zichen did not hand over the saint weapon, Lei Ting would definitely die. But even if he did, Lei Ting might not survive. And even if he did, Doffhill might threaten him and force him to hand over something else. He fell into silence as his mind raced, trying to think of a way to break out of this dead end. I know who you are. Suddenly, Lei Ting's voice rang out. He looked at Zichen and said, I know why we met. You know, Zichen was stunned. He did not know why they met. It's fate, Lei Ting said again and stood up. Fate? Zichen did not understand. Stop pretending. Doffhill coldly snorted, and the other Saint Kings also sneered. In this world controlled by the gods, everything was under their control. What kind of fate was there? If one were to talk about fate, then the Daofu family was the fate of the two of them. But soon a Saint King noticed a problem. He looked at Lei Ting in shock and said, How did you stand up? The other Saint Kings were shocked. According to the seal they had set up, Lei Ting's body would be in great pain even if he moved slightly. Moreover, this seal had been in effect for many years. Usually, Lei Ting would not even dare to move. But today, not only did he stand up, he did not even look like he was in pain. Lei Ting slowly turned around and said to the Saint Kings, Do you think you can trap me with just you idiots? The reason why I cooperated with you was that I had not seen fate. Now that I have seen it, it's time for me to leave. You're courting death. The Saint Kings roared and immediately made hand seals to strengthen the seal. Buzz! Lei Ting's body began to shine, and then his body began to shrink bit by bit. As Lei Ting's body shrank, the chain supporting the seal also shrank in size. It's useless. This seal will change according to your body. Doffhill looked at this scene with a cold smile, looking very confident. I admit that this seal is very strong, but I don't believe that you can even seal light. Lei Ting's indifferent voice rang out. His body continued to shrink until he finally became a ray of light. This ray of light floated to Zichen's side and then turned back into Lei Ting. He had escaped just like that. All the Saint Kings were stunned, and the smile on Doffhill's face froze. Everything seemed so inconceivable. Zichen was also very surprised, but fortunately, this deadlock was finally broken. Doffhill said with a cold face, Very good. Now it's more interesting to kill. Zichen looked back at Lei Ting and asked, How are your injuries? Lei Ting's body was shining with the light of lightning. He shook his head and said, No injuries at all. Zichen threw the spear in his hand to Lei Ting and said, Be careful. Lei Ting took the spear and nodded. Don't worry, no one can kill me. But you, be careful, that guy is not ordinary. Lei Ting was obviously referring to Doffhill. Without a saint weapon, what are you going to use to fight me? Doffhill walked forward, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped because Zichen's hand flashed and a long saber appeared. This long saber exuded saint aura. The long saber was a saint weapon, Zi Chen's second saint weapon. "I forgot that you're from the Crafts Manor." After saying that, Hill rushed toward Zichen. As he rushed forward, he jumped up and stepped towards Zichen. Zichen swung his saber in the air, and the saber light went against the heavens like a waterfall. Boom! The sky shook as Hill stepped on the saber light and instantly shattered it. At the same time, he did not slow down and went straight for Zichen's head. Clang! Zichen held his saber with both hands and blocked the attack above his head. A loud clang was heard, and a powerful energy burst out, forcing Zichen to retreat. As he retreated, the saint weapon in Zichen's hand released a strong light, and he quickly slashed to the side. Uft! Wherever the saber light passed, a Saint King's body was cut in half. But soon, the Saint King's body was filled with energy, and under the immortal indestructibility, his body was reconstructed. However, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect Zichen to launch a sneak attack on them while he was fighting Hill. Damn it! Seeing this, Hill's eyes flashed with anger. He suddenly stepped in the air, and a ripple spread out, and his body went straight for Zichen. Zichen held his saint weapon tightly and slashed forward. But as the saber slashed down, a violent energy burst out, and at the same time, Zichen's body flew backward, and the saint weapon in his hand almost fell out of his hand. Obviously, the saint weapon made by the craftsman ancestor could not be compared to the leg of the heavenly god. On the other side, Lei Ting used the 9 flashes of lightning and moved among the Saint Kings. He did not want to kill the enemy, but only wanted to protect himself, so he was not in any danger for now. However, there were many Saint Kings, and if the battle went on for too long, Lei Ting would not be able to hold on. Zichen used his extreme speed to avoid Hill's direct attack, and his body flashed in front of a Saint King, and he raised his saber and slashed. The Saint King's head flew high, but this attack was not fatal. Under the surging vitality of the immortal indestructibility, the Saint King's body was reconstructed. This was the biggest difference between a saint and a Saint King. Zichen could easily kill a saint, and he could easily deal with a Saint King, but to kill one in an instant was still very difficult. After using the heavenly thunder wings, Zichen's speed became even faster. Every time he arrived in front of a Saint King, the latter could not dodge his attack, but no matter how strong his attack was, he could not kill in one hit. As long as he could not kill them, the surging vitality in the Saint King's body would instantly repair their bodies. Unless it was like before, Zichen could chase after a Saint King and kill him continuously, preventing him from repairing his body. However, this was obviously not realistic because there were not only 10 Saint Kings around, but also the even stronger Hill. Therefore, the battle seemed to be in a stalemate, and both sides were equally matched. However, this scene was enough to shock the people from the Jiatu clan on the other side of the passage, because Zichen was only a saint, but he was able to block the attacks of so many experts. Go to hell! Hill roared and rushed toward Zichen. As he stepped out, Zichen was kicked away, but he also had a strong physical body, so Hill's attack could not hurt him at all. However, he was also unable to do anything to these people. In the continuous collisions, both Zichen and Lei Ting felt that their energy consumption was getting higher and higher. If the battle continued like this, it was obviously not a good idea. Sigh. In the end, Zichen sighed and said, "Let the battle end here." With that, he put away his saint weapon, and with a flash of light, a simple and unadorned long saber with a sheath appeared in his hand. The sheath was black, and so was the hilt. It was filled with an ancient feeling. Chapter 2397. It was a simple scabbard and a simple hilt. Although there was no aura flowing around them, it did not stop the Saint Kings from being wary of it. Zichen had already taken out 2 saint weapons. At this moment, he took out this weapon with such a serious expression. No one would believe that it was a divine weapon. Zi-Chin put away the saint's sword from before. He held the scabbard with his left hand and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt. "It's that broken sword." Seeing that Zi-Chin had changed his weapon again, Jia Tu and Huang Tu were surprised. Their eyes flashed with doubt. They knew Zi-Chin very well. They knew that this was not a saint weapon, but a broken sword. Its quality might be equivalent to a saint weapon, but it was definitely not one. What? You want to end the battle with a broken sword? Daf Hill had obviously seen Zi-Chin use this sword before. He could not help but laugh sarcastically. The other Saint King's serious expressions eased a little. From Daf Hill's expression, they could see that he valued this sword far less than the previous two saint weapons. "Kill him. That's not a saint weapon at all. It's just a broken sword," Daf Hill said with a serious face. Hearing this, the Saint Kings charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Surging energy surged, and the entire void shook. The terrifying aura continued to wreak havoc, spreading out like a storm. As the target of the Saint King's attacks, Zi-Chin felt even more pressure. Many Saint King's auras fell on him alone. His body surged with the light of yin and yang energy, blocking all the Saint King's auras. At the same time, his right hand, which was holding the hilt, began to exert force. Blue veins popped out on the back of his hand. He exerted force and drew the sword. Swoosh! The bright sword light appeared in the next moment. The saint's aura instantly enveloped the area. Different from before, the saint's aura this time was even more intense and terrifying. Above the sword light, the light of yin and yang energy surged. The blazing sword light swept forward. This sword was very bright, very dazzling, and very swift. This was no longer the saber drawing technique, but the ultimate strike after drawing the saber. It was the first time the saber, one of the strongest holy weapons on this life star, appeared in this world after so many years. The one who wielded the saber was a saint, and his opponents were a group of Saint Kings. The saber light expanded and swept in all directions in an instant. Crack! 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 All the weapons that came into contact with the saber light instantly snapped. At the same time, the saber light shot forward, breaking through the defenses of the saint rulers and cutting them in half. He could clearly sense that the surging life force around these saint rulers was rapidly vanishing. The undying and indestructible life force seemed to have met its nemesis at this moment, and it instantly dissipated. With a flash of the blade, the saint rulers were blown away. However, 3 of them failed to retreat. Their lives had been obliterated by the destructive force of the strike. Not far away, the disdain on Daf Hill's face froze and turned into deep shock. He saw that the saber in Zi-Chen's hand was no longer a broken saber, but a complete one. The aura released from the saber was so strong that even Daf Hill felt threatened. Killing 3 Saint Kings with one strike, the eyes of the saint rulers who were blown away were filled with terror. Across the passage, the people of the Jetta family were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Killing 3 Saint Kings with one strike, how powerful was that? At this moment, they were deeply shocked by Zi-Chen's fighting strength. When their eyes fell on the unsheathed saber, there was deep fear in their eyes. The saber had not been sheathed yet, which meant that the battle was not over. Zi-Chen's body flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, a cross-shaped saber light appeared in front of a Saint King. The saber light swept past the Saint King's body in an instant. Swoosh! Zi-Chen's figure continued to flash. After flashing, he appeared again, and the saber light flashed again. At this moment, the power of the saber was perfectly displayed by Zi-Chen. Every time the saber light swept past, a Saint King would fall. After falling, they would definitely die. Behind him, Lei Ting, who was also extremely shocked, suddenly heard Zi-Chen's voice transmission. He moved and rushed toward the dead Saint Kings. The essence blood of those Saint Kings was really good stuff. For the current him, it was extremely useful. "Retreat, all of you, retreat quickly!" Doff Hill, who had reacted, shouted loudly. However, several Saint Kings were still killed. A powerful aura surged around him as he rushed toward Ziqin. Ziqin kept dodging his attacks, not giving him a chance to fight head-on. He kept chasing after the Saint Kings and killing them. These Saint Kings quickly fled, their eyes filled with fear. With the complete saber, Ziqin had reached the point where he could slaughter them. They couldn't resist him. Boom! Doff Hill stomped his foot and collided with Ziqin's saber. Violent energy exploded in an instant, and the saber light shattered. Doff Hill's body was also sent flying. The Saint Kings had all fled far away, and only the three of them were left on the battlefield. Ziqin put away the broken saber, clenched his fist, and rushed toward Doff Hill. Next, it was a direct confrontation. Ziqin displayed extremely powerful combat strength, and was completely on par with Doff Hill. In terms of explosive power, he was even stronger than Doff Hill. Yin Yang Thunder Lotus. With a low shout, Ziqin used his self-created technique, the Yang energy in his left hand and the Yin energy in his right. The two types of energy quickly met, and in the midst of the collision, a terrifying Yin Yang Thunder Lotus was formed. It had to be said that after learning from Wuji, Ziqin had truly understood the Yin and Yang energy. At this moment, it was much easier for him to combine them. The moment he saw the Yin Yang Thunder Lotus, Doff Hill's pupils shrank. His clone had once been defeated by this technique. Whoosh! Ziqin shook his hand, and the Yin Yang Thunder Lotus flew forward. Wherever it passed, the void would constantly distort, and a terrifying energy aura would constantly dissipate. Huh! Doff Hill shouted loudly. His entire body was glowing, and the heavenly god's energy was circulating around his body. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into a giant, and he ruthlessly stomped his foot on the Yin Yang Thunder Lotus. Boom! The Yin Yang Thunder Lotus exploded under the stomp, and a terrifying energy burst out, forming a destructive force. Doff Hill bore the brunt of the impact, and was sent flying by this force. As he flew, he kept coughing out blood. At this moment, Doff Hill was clearly injured. Ziqin did not hesitate to rush forward, and a powerful energy surged above his fist. The heart of the heavenly god also provided a terrifying amount of energy to the heavenly god's arm. Boom! This punch landed on Doff Hill's body, and a powerful energy shockwave shook Doff Hill's body, causing his bones to crack. After all, the only strong parts of his body were his legs and head. Relatively speaking, his bones were not very strong. Facing Ziqin's all-out attack, several of his bones were broken. After this attack, Ziqin's figure flashed again. Among those of the same level, the Heavenly Thunderwing's 9 Deaths Lightning was the fastest in the world. Boom! Ziqin landed another punch on Doff Hill's head, but he was pushed back by a rebounding force. After that, Ziqin cleverly avoided several of Doff Hill's defenses, and one attack after another landed on him. Facing Ziqin's attacks, Doff Hill could only choose to passively defend. After arriving in this world, not only did the gap between the two sides not decrease, but it even increased. When the Saint Kings and saints in the distance saw this scene, they were shocked and angry, but they could not help. At this moment, Ziqin could easily kill them. Doff Hill coughed out blood and glared at Ziqin resentfully. Let's end this. The scabbard appeared in Ziqin's hand again, and he wanted to slash down to end this battle once and for all. Doff Hill wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill Doff Hill, because if he killed him, the heavenly god's bone in Doff Hill's body would become his. However, just as Ziqin pulled out the scabbard, he felt an extremely strong pressure fall on his body. Accompanying this pressure was a low sigh. The low sigh came from the depths of the void, and it resounded all around. Hearing this low sigh, the Saint Kings' faces changed drastically. As for the saints, Their faces turned pale, and their sea of consciousness was violently shaken. An extremely strong pressure appeared in the void. After feeling this pressure, the void seemed to be frozen, and no one could move. Feeling this pressure, the people of the Jiatuk clan were horrified. At this moment, their bodies were unable to move. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was that a supreme saint had come. This was the highest level existence in the world, except for the gods. The void distorted, forming a passage, and an old man walked out of it. His gaze fell on Zichen, and he said, "Little boy, you have such combat strength. You're extraordinary." This was a compliment, but there was no trace of praise in his tone. The old man's words were cold, and his eyes flashed with cold lightning. The saints from the Daf clan, who were also unable to move, were pleasantly surprised. It was obvious that this old man was from the Daf clan. Zichen stood there, unable to move because of the pressure from the Supreme Saint. At this moment, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and his mind was shocked to the extreme. "What, you're not convinced?" The Supreme Saint walked out of the passage and looked at Zichen indifferently. Zichen did not say a word. His eyes were firm, and he was naturally not convinced. A dignified Supreme Saint had attacked a saint. How could he be convinced? Unwilling in his heart, he forcibly operated the yin and yang energy in his body. In addition, he also fully mobilized the laws of destruction. The heart of the god was beating violently, sending waves of energy to all parts of his body, stimulating his body's potential, and resisting the Supreme Saint's pressure. After seeing Zichen's actions, the Supreme Saint in front of him laughed sarcastically. How could a mere saint resist the might of a Supreme Saint? But in the next moment, the Supreme Saint's expression changed, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Chapter 2398. Under the pressure of the great sage, Zichen's qi was completely suppressed in his body. His body could not move, as if it was fixed in place. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Zichen did not accept his fate. Instead, he chose to resist. The energy and physical body in his body fiercely resisted the great sage's pressure. In the process of resisting, his body underwent changes. Buzz! The yin-yang energy in his body trembled and changed in the tremor. Zichen's soul, facing the pressure of the great sage's pressure, underwent a transformation. His soul became more condensed, stronger, and more transparent. As his soul underwent a transformation, a powerful aura emerged from Zichen's body. This aura was very surging and much stronger than before. It completely dispersed the great sage's aura that was suppressing his body. At this moment, the great sage's aura was no longer suppressing Zichen. His body could already move, and he easily expelled the great sage's pressure. However, he did not take any further action. Instead, he closed his eyes and stood quietly in the void. When the people around saw Zichen at this moment, their faces were once again filled with shock. As expected of a defiant of the heavens, this talent is really amazing. Looking at the current Zichen, Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu let out a heartfelt sigh. In the face of pressure, not only did he not collapse, but he also underwent a transformation. This was shocking. Interesting. You've broken through. The great sage looked at Zichen with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, the energy around Zichen's body was changing. His aura had also changed from that of a saint to that of a saint king. It could be said that in the face of the great sage's pressure, Zichen actually broke through the saint realm and became a saint king. Zichen was already very powerful when he was in the saint realm. Once he became a saint king, how terrifying would his combat strength be? Perhaps he could compete with a great sage? Daf Hill's face was very ugly. He had always thought that his combat strength was comparable to Zichen's. If they really fought to the death, his chances of winning might be higher. However, the battle today made him truly feel the difference in strength between the two of them. In addition to the difference in strength, there was also the difference in talent. This was because Zichun had actually broken through to become a Saint King when facing the might of a great saint advancing before him. Such a disparity made Dofhill feel dejected, as if he had suffered a huge blow. You're a genius, but it's a pity that you broke through at the wrong time. Even though killing a genius goes against the spirit of cultivation of our generation, you have always been going against my Daofu clan. Naturally, I can't let you live. After the old man finished speaking, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. When Thunder heard this, his face immediately showed a worried expression. He wanted to go forward and protect Zichun, but his body was unable to move in the face of this terrifying Great Sage power. The Great Sage realm was already the pinnacle of the realm. It was the true limit of a cultivator's realm. This level was naturally the strongest. Across the passageway, the saints of the Jetu clan quietly watched this scene with a trace of pity on their faces. A genius was going to fall just like that. Jiatu Huangtu was very worried for Zichun, but at this moment he was just a saint. He couldn't change anything at all. Not to mention him, even all of them here couldn't change anything in front of a great sage. No one could change the will of a great sage unless another great sage came to protect Zichun. However, Jiatu Huangtu didn't know whether the Jeta clan had a great sage or not. Even if there was one, he probably wouldn't appear at this time. The great sage in front of them raised his palm. Between his palm, terrifying energy surged. This energy caused the void to distort violently, filled with the intent of destruction. It wasn't hard to imagine that if this palm landed, Zichun would be killed in an instant. The great sage sneered and slapped his palm toward Zichun. With this palm, the aura of destruction completely appeared and went straight for Zichun. The terrifying pressure of the great sage stimulated Zichun's potential, allowing him to find the opportunity to break through his own realm and advance toward the saint ruler. This surprised him very much. At this moment, the energy belonging to a saint in Zichun's body was completely transforming into a saint ruler. The energy of a saint ruler was much stronger than that of a saint. This allowed him to easily block the pressure of a great sage. When he reached the outside world, he was already able to communicate with his own world. If he wanted all the energy in this world to become a saint ruler, it would obviously take a long time. Zichun, who was now on the battlefield, didn't have this time at all. In this urgent situation, he could only convert a portion of the energy in his body into saint ruler energy and interrupt his breakthrough. At the same time, he let this energy fill his entire body, making his physical body stronger. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, all of this happened very quickly. When Zichun finished all this and opened his eyes, he just happened to see the great sage sneak an attack on him. The terrifying energy contained in that attack made Zichun feel a strong sense of death. The energy around him surged, dispersing the great sage's aura. The lightning wings on his back surged, and he instantly disappeared on the spot. Boom! The terrifying energy contained in this palm exploded in an instant, forming a destructive wave that spread out in all directions. The great sage, who had a calm expression, looked at Zichun, who was 100 meters away, and said in surprise, "Good lad, you're quite bold." He thought that Zichun would need some time to break through to the saint ruler level, at least not in a short period of time. He didn't expect the other party to forcefully interrupt this breakthrough. As a result, although Zichun was still a saint ruler, he was the weakest saint ruler. It would take a long time for him to convert his energy into saint ruler energy. Because he missed the opportunity to break through, it would be very difficult for him to make further progress. Zichun didn't say anything. He glanced at Lei Ting, and in a flash, he went straight for Lei Ting. "Are you going to run? You can't escape." The great sage smiled coldly. He held up the sky with one hand and the great sage's power in his body surged out crazily and then sealed the space. Zichen and Lei Ting were trapped in this space. As for the others, they were all carried away by the energy and left this place. The great sage stood outside this sealed space. In the next moment, he was about to step in, preparing to personally kill Zichen. "Open for me." At this moment, Zichen instantly drew his sword. The little saint ruler's power in his body surged into the blade, and he slashed down. The space that was sealed by the great sage himself began to distort. The powerful energy in the blade moved forward quickly, and it looked like it could break open this space at any time. Zichen had the fastest speed in the world, and the great sage had seen it. If he really let him escape, the great sage didn't have any confidence that he could catch him again. The great sage's expression didn't change, but in the next moment he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He slapped his palm on the blood, and the great sage's power mixed with the blood dissipated forward. Around the constantly distorted sealed space, there was a new layer of energy. Above this layer of energy, there were streams of blood flowing, like a layer of blood wall. The defense of the sealed space was strengthened many times in an instant, which made the power contained in Zichen's blade dissipate in an instant. Such a scene, in the eyes of the spectators, undoubtedly shocked them. After all, Zichen was only a saint ruler, and he was the weakest saint ruler. However, not only did a great sage make a move personally, but he also used some kind of sealing forbidden technique. Moreover, he used his own blood as a medium to activate it. Such a scene could only be seen when fighting against an opponent of the same level. It was equivalent to a great sage going all out. But now, a great sage who went all out used such a method to deal with the weakest saint ruler. Whether it was the people of the Jetu clan or the Daofu clan, they could see that the great sage attached great importance to Zichen. He was completely eliminating a potential enemy. Damn it! With a curse, Zichen gritted his teeth and slashed out again. This slash almost used up all the saint ruler power in his body, but it did not break open the sealed space. It only made the blood-colored barrier distort a few times, and then the blade light dissipated. At this moment he had lost all means, and the new saint ruler power in his body had not been born. It seemed that he could only wait for death. Beside him, Lei Ting could not move. The great sage stepped into the sealed space and looked at Zichen indifferently. As for Lei Ting, he was completely ignored by him. Die. Both sides did not say much, and the saint ruler slapped out with his palm. Zichen's figure tried to flicker a few times, but he could not avoid the great sage's attack. He could only accept his fate and wait for death. Seeing that death was approaching, at this moment, the falling palm print suddenly stopped when it was still a distance away from Zichen's head. The great sage in front of him looked in front of him in surprise. To be precise, he was looking behind Zichen. Zichen did not understand why the great sage suddenly stopped his attack. When he turned around, he saw a figure emitting colorful light standing in front of him. The colorful light was a special kind of energy called the divine power. In the colorful light, there was an extremely beautiful woman. There was a mark between her eyebrows, and she looked at Zichen with concern. "Greetings to the goddess." Such a voice immediately sounded from outside the light barrier. Those from the Jutta family who had been watching the show all walked out of the passage and stood respectfully at the side. "Greetings to the goddess." Dafshir was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and quickly bowed to the young man. At the same time, the other people from the Daofu family also bowed. The great sage, whose expression had changed drastically, lowered his noble head and bowed to the woman who exuded the aura of divinity. The woman did not pay attention to them, but looked at Zichen and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zichen slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Some things delayed me. Fortunately, you are fine." The woman said with lingering fear. She was the goddess of the city of God, Yiqian. Chapter 2399. Yi Qian's sudden appearance was out of everyone's expectations, so much so that they had to put aside their grudges and pay their respects. The people from the Jiatu family who had been watching the show from the shadows also came out from the passage and paid their respects. This great saint had never seen Yi Qian before, but that didn't stop him from recognizing her. It was just that this goddess with surging divine power seemed to be much weaker than the gods in his impression. After coming to the outside world, everyone had spiritual thoughts and could quickly communicate with each other. Therefore, the people from the Daofu family soon learned of Yi Qian's identity and her status in the divine city. Their faces were filled with shock. The spell that sealed the space distorted a few times before disappearing. The great saint lowered his head, his expression changing. After seeing that Yi Qian wasn't seriously injured, Yi Qian turned to the people from the Daofu family and said, "He is my guard! Why did you kill him?" Yi Qian's words were very calm, but the saints were extremely cautious when they heard it. No one dared to ignore the words of a god. This subordinate doesn't know. Please forgive me, goddess. The great saint cupped his fists and said humbly. He didn't even have the intention to explain. Although he was one of the top experts in the world, he was still a human cultivator. He was different from Yi Qian. Strictly speaking, Yi Qian was no longer a human. She was a god. She was the most powerful life form in the world, and she had long surpassed the scope of humans. Gods were a race and a symbol. They were far beyond what humans could fight against. Daofu Hill lowered his head deeply, not daring to look at Yi Qian. Of course, he knew that Yi Qian was the goddess's guard, but Yi Qian had already come out. It was reasonable to say that this relationship didn't exist anymore. Even if it did, the goddess wouldn't be able to say anything if he killed him silently. But he didn't expect that the goddess would come out with him. And from the looks of it, the goddess seemed to have come out specifically for Yi Qian. Yi Qian was just a human. What did he do to make the goddess come out personally for him? Daofu Hill was very confused, but he didn't dare to say anything. He kept his head down and stood in the crowd, trying his best not to be recognized by the goddess. If the goddess held a grudge and angered her, it wasn't something that he could bear. It might even implicate the entire Daofu family. Yi Qian looked at the great saint and said indifferently, "A great saint actually attacked a saint. As the god's representative, even if you don't care about your own face, you should at least consider the god's face." The great saint lowered his head, not daring to say anything. His forehead, of course. In front of the face of the Protoss, a personal hatred of life and death was nothing. God, Daofu Hill of the family of God. Of God Hill of the goddesses, two's goddesses. SSSSSSSS. She might be the goddess, but she didn't have any real power. For the time being, she couldn't do anything to the Daofu family unless she returned to the divine city and steeled her heart to bring the other gods out. The great saint in front of her gave her a lot of pressure. If they fought now, she wouldn't be a match for him. But as the goddess, she wasn't afraid. The members of the Daofu family felt as if they had been pardoned. After bowing once more, they retreated. As for Yi Qian, no one cared about him. Compared to the fate of the Daofu family, a mere Yi Qian was nothing. Soon, they disappeared into the void. "Greetings, goddess. Congratulations, Saint King Yi Qian." Jiatu, Qixing, and the others watched the Daofu family members leave. At this moment, Yi Qian was no longer a saint, but a saint ruler. Saint King Yi Qian. Yi Qian glanced at Jiatu, Qixing, and the others, but didn't say anything. Yi Qian cupped his fists at the other party. He didn't show any hostility. After all, Jiatu Huangtu had kindly reminded him that he was the one who insisted on leaving. Jiatu Qixing wanted to invite the two of them back to the Jitu family, but in the end he didn't say it out loud. After Yi Qian cupped his fist, he said goodbye, and the three of them flew into the distance. This time his target was the Nephis starfield. He wanted to go back and take a look, then return to the Life Star. Looking at the three leaving figures, Jiatu Qixing sighed and left with the Daofu family members. He could feel the goddess's gratitude to them was disappearing little by little. Maybe they shouldn't have stood there and watched the show with other intentions. You're Lei Ting? Back then, Daf Hill used your life to threaten Zichen. On the way, Yi Qian looked at Lei Ting after hearing Zichen's introduction. Oh, there's such a thing? Lei Ting was very surprised. Then, Yi Qian told him what happened in the Divine City. This made Lei Ting feel very emotional, but he didn't say any words of gratitude because fate had already destined them to meet. Oh, I just noticed that you've become a Saint King? Yi Qian said in surprise after feeling the aura exuding from Zichen's body. I just faced a crisis and broke through. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, the breakthrough would have been useless. Great saints are indeed the strongest. They're really terrifying, Zichen exclaimed sincerely. The three moved forward quickly. After arriving at the area with the transmission array, they directly entered the transmission array and arrived at the Nephis starfield. As the transmission array lit up, Zichen and the other two appeared in the Nephis starfield. They saw cultivators standing around with weapons in their hands, staring at them vigilantly. These were the guards guarding the transmission array. After seeing these people, they were startled, and then a look of surprise appeared on their faces. They saluted and respectfully called out, "Sir." "What's going on?" He glanced around and found that there was only one saint among these people. The rest were all Heaven Realm experts. Moreover, the aura they exuded was from the Life Star. This was the transmission array that led directly to the star field where the Jiatu family was located. It was an important guarded location in the Nephis city. There shouldn't be only one saint guarding it. Where's Xing Chen and the others? Zichen spread out his spiritual thoughts. On this planet, he didn't sense Xing Chen and the others. In the range of his spiritual thoughts, the number of saints on the planet was pitifully small. The number of saints on their side was even smaller. Sir Xing Chen has returned to the Life Star, and the others have followed him. He left us to guard this place. The Saint King cupped his fists and said, "Has the battle begun?" Zichen's face revealed a hint of surprise. It's been a few years. Sir Xing Chen has only returned once during this period. After that, he never returned. It's said that the battle there is a little tense. The Saint King said, "How many saints are guarding the Nephis starfield now?" Chen walked out of the transmission array. Lei Ting and Yi Qian followed beside him. There are 17 people guarding the Nephis starfield. As for the transmission array, there are 3. There are 20 saints in total. 20 saints controlled the entire Nephis starfield. It had to be said that this number was indeed a little small. Especially in recent years, the Nephis starfield had changed. From time to time, Xing Chen would descend from the void, causing the number of saints to increase. The 20 saints were obviously not enough. There are too few people. Zichen shook his head and said, "This is the Star Road. There are many experts here. It wasn't easy to conquer this star field. Nothing must happen. Everything is up to you, sir. We will guard this place with our lives." The saint followed Zichen out. As for the other Heaven Realm experts, they continued to guard the transmission array. However, seeing Zichen return, their expressions were undoubtedly excited. Zichen was a legendary existence on the entire Life Star. After walking out of the transmission array, Zichen did not return to his residence on the Nephis starfield. Instead, he went straight to a trading area. The saint followed closely. During this time, Zichen and the other 2 did not speak. The silent atmosphere along the way made this saint extremely nervous, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After walking casually for a while, the saint understood why Zichen had suddenly come here. "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop this saint? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. This is the Star Road. How can people from the Life Star behave so atrociously here?" A rude voice came from afar. Who is he? Zichen, who had been silent, asked. He's a saint from another star field. His name is Tatai. It's said that he comes from a big family. The saint said carefully he's been here for a while. He has 4 saint guards and a heaven realm housekeeper. Although he's usually a little arrogant, he wouldn't be so impolite. When Zichen heard this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A rather large aristocratic family. How large is it exactly? It's said that there's more than one saint king in the family. Of course, this is what they said. We have no way to investigate the specific situation, the saint said. More than one saint king? Seems like there's more than one. Zichen sneered and walked straight ahead. In front of him, many cultivators had gathered. In the middle stood a very young saint. He was pointing at the head of a person in charge of the market and saying something with an arrogant expression. Behind the young saint stood 4 saints. They all stared coldly at the person in charge of the market. Next to him stood a hunchbacked old man. He was a heaven realm expert. The person in charge of the market came from the Life Star, but Zichen didn't know him. He should be a new existence. Behind him stood a heaven realm expert of a foreign race. His face was pale and he looked terrified. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. There's nothing I can't get. The young saint pointed at the nose of the person in charge of the market and said, coldly. His words were very rude. What's going on? An indifferent voice sounded. A saint quickly walked out of the crowd. Chapter 2400. Another saint walked out of the crowd. No doubt he was from the Life Star. It could be seen that before Xingchen left, he had arranged for the saints from the Life Star to guard this place. The saints who had stayed here were all sent back to the Life Star. Thus, they didn't need to worry that the saints from the native area would cause trouble when the war was urgent. Anyway, this place was too important. They couldn't let anything happen to it. This man broke the rules of the market. He wanted to buy a sacred grade material, said the manager of the market. The saint who came later looked at the young man and said coldly, the market has its rules. If you break the rules, you will be punished. Punished? You outsiders dare to make a move against the saint? The young man sneered. Don't think that I don't know what this place used to be. This place used to be the territory of the people from the Star Path. You slaves from the Life Star had plotted and occupied this place. In our eyes, you are just slaves. What right do you have to control us? It was quiet everywhere. Although this young man had said what many aliens were thinking, at this moment, no one dared to say anything. Because this star area had developed for so many years, the people from the Life Star had taken over this place. They could be considered deep-rooted here. At this moment, on this evil star, there were many people from other life stars. Most importantly, they had been living in peace for many years. Robberies had never happened. Every city square had its own rules. Robberies had never happened. There had never been a case of him stealing something that was good for his own use. To most alien tribes, they were used to the rule of the Life Star. At least, this place had the fairness that the Star Path hadn't had for a long time. During this period, many Heaven Realm experts had come here and stayed in this star area for a long time. The saint from the Life Star glanced at the young man indifferently. Then he looked at the 4 saint guards behind him and said coldly, Seems like you don't want to buy things by force. You're here to cause trouble. He turned to look at the terrified Heaven Realm expert and said, Don't worry and stay in the market. As long as this market still exists, no one will dare to do anything to you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another whizzing sound in the distance. 3 streaks of light flew over. Each streak of light surged with the powerful aura of a saint. Without a doubt, 3 more saints had come to this Life Star. In the crowd, there were other saints watching the battle, so Zichen and the others were not too eye-catching. He watched quietly and was not in a hurry to appear. And with Zichen around, the saint beside him was even more assured. In their eyes, Zichen was a legend. Back then, he had wandered the star path alone. Under such a harsh environment, he had still managed to rule a star field. It could be seen how extraordinary he was. In the blink of an eye, 5 saints had arrived, the same number as the young man, but there was no fear on the young man's face. He looked at the 5 of them and said mockingly, "I thought you would have a lot of strength after ruling this place. I didn't expect that after so long, only 5 saints have arrived. What right do you 5 slaves have to stand here?" Beside Zichen, the saint whispered, "Sir, should we inform the others to come?" Zichen shook his head and said no need. "It's not a big deal. It seems that someone is envious of this place." Beside him, Yi Qian, who had been silent, said lightly, "Not necessarily envious of this star field." Zichen chuckled and didn't say anything else, because another saint had arrived on their side. There were 6 saints in total. This was the most they could gather in a short time. Only this many? The young man shook his head in disappointment and said, "Too few. It's not enough to kill." With that, he took the initiative to retreat. At the same time, the 4 saints also took a step back, leaving only the hunchbacked old man there. The old man was only in the heaven realm. What could he change by standing there? He looked very old. From the beginning, he had kept his head down like an old housekeeper. No one would notice him. However, at this moment, he raised his head and smiled at the 6 saints. For some reason, that smile made the 6 saints feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. "Gentlemen, since you're determined to die, then don't blame this old man. Remember, I am Tuomo from the Tuain star field." With that, the heaven realm aura around the old man began to surge. In an instant, he had become a saint, which shocked everyone. However, the saint realm was not the end. It was the beginning. His aura continued to surge until he reached the Saint King realm. It had been a long time since a Saint King expert had appeared in this star field. As soon as the Saint King aura appeared, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought that an insignificant heaven realm old man would actually be a powerful Saint King? They looked at the scene in shock, their expressions changing greatly. Obviously, a saint was not someone 6 saints could fight against. The 6 saints from the life star had ugly expressions. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they took out their weapons and coldly stared at the Saint King. A bunch of reckless juniors. Do you think that a Saint King can be dealt with by numbers? The Saint King sneered and struck out with his palm. As the palm struck out, the terrifying Saint King power wreaked havoc in the surroundings like a terrible storm. The spectators all retreated, their faces filled with fear. The 6 saints shouted. Saint power surged around them. Their eyes were determined. They would not retreat even if they died. Idiots. The young man with the martial saint realm wore a disdainful smile when he saw this. A saint fighting against a Saint King was simply courting death. The 4 saints beside him also sneered. Just as the Holy King's attack was about to land, life and death were about to be decided. The Holy King's attack suddenly stopped in midair. The Holy King's expression changed greatly. He felt an obscure aura locking onto him. That aura made him feel danger. The Saint King's attack suddenly stopped. This stunned the spectators. They did not know what was going on. The young man and the 4 saints also looked ahead in confusion. "Who is it? Get the hell out of here." The old saint ruler withdrew his palm and glanced around as he said coldly, "It's not that I'm hiding. It's that you're too weak to sense my location." A voice came from the crowd. A young man in a black robe walked out of the crowd. "It's you." The Saint King looked at the young Zichen. His expression was uncertain. He did not believe that the person who had made him feel like death was him. "Of course it's me." Zichen chuckled and walked forward. The 6 Saint Kings, who had not hesitated to fight with their lives, were excited when they saw that it was Zichen who walked out of the crowd. They then respectfully greeted him. Then, A series of respectful greetings came from the crowd. Their expressions were also filled with excitement, because the legend had returned. You're also a slave from the Life Star. It seems like your status is not low. The young Saint King said as he stared at Zi-Chin. This star field belongs to me. Do you think my status is low? Zi-Chin looked at the young Saint King and smiled faintly. The young man's expression clearly changed when he heard this. Since he had come to this star field to cause trouble, he clearly had a certain understanding of this star field. He was also very familiar with the matter of several saints joining forces to fight against a saint ruler that had spread like wildfire during this period of time. It was said that the other party's combat strength was very strong. He was definitely one of the best among his peers. Didn't they say that the other party had left and might never return? Why was he here? Moreover, he found that he could not see through the other party. Zi-Chin no longer paid any attention to the young man. He looked at the saint ruler and said, I don't care why you've come here, but you broke the rules of the market first, so we can't just let this go. What do you want? The old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Zi-Chin. He also found that he could not see through the other party. Zi-Chin looked back at the Heaven Realm expert in front of the crowd and asked, Did they want to buy your things by force? The Heaven Realm expert was very nervous. He did not know how to answer, so he nodded nervously. Zi-Chin smiled and said, Don't be nervous. You're trading in our market, so you're my guest. No one dares to attack my guest. How about this? They threatened you and wanted to buy your things by force. Not only did they break the rules, but they were also disrespectful to the guest. How about you let this Saint King leave his 2 arms as an apology? Zi-Chen's smile was very gentle, but his words were too frightening. It almost scared the Heaven Realm expert to tears. He was far from the Saint Realm. In the eyes of a Saint King, he was not even an ant. How could he dare to let a Saint King cut off his arms as an apology? The crowd was in an uproar. All the alien races who came to watch the show were stunned by Zi-Chen's words. Only the Heaven Realm experts who came from the Life Stars straightened their backs after hearing Zi-Chen's words. Their faces filled with pride. Let's see. Letting a Saint King cut off his arms to apologize to a Heaven Realm expert was something that only happened in the Sin Star area. Only the legend in their hearts, Zi-Chen, could do such a thing. Ha! The old man laughed out loud. It was a laugh of extreme anger. He looked at Zi-Chen and said, Let me use my arms to apologize. Does he deserve it? Do you deserve it? Kid, you're too arrogant. The young Saint Realm expert was also enraged. Zi-Chen shook his head and said slowly, It's not a matter of whether I deserve it or not. It's the rule of the market. Moreover, it depends on whether this Heaven Realm little brother agrees or not. If he doesn't, then we have to negotiate. For example, add 2 more legs. You're talking big. The old man looked at Zi-Chen and said coldly, Your market has rules, don't you? Now, I really want to tear down your market, peel your skin, pull out your tendons, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. Then, I'll keep your head and seal your soul. I'll let you see what your territory will become. Zi-Chen wasn't angry. He just smiled and said, If so, there's no need to negotiate. Since you don't want to follow our rules, I don't want your arms or legs. I'll just take your life. Do you deserve it? The Saint King was still smiling coldly. This time, Zi-Chen didn't answer. A light flashed in his hand, and a long saber with a sheath appeared. Chapter 2401. The scabbard was simple and unadorned. There was no aura leaking out. It was completely restrained. Zi-Chen held the scabbard with his left hand and slowly reached for the hilt with his right. In the eyes of the crowd, Zi-Chen was very focused. He only had eyes for the scabbard and the scabbard. He did not look at the Holy King. What a trick! Seeing this, the Holy King's eyes flashed with disdain. The Holy King's power in his body surged again, and a powerful aura was released. At this moment, the raging Holy King's aura was much stronger than before. This forced the spectators to step back again. Under the surging aura, the Holy King's aura surged. He stared at Zichen indifferently. In the crowd, Lei Ting shook his head at the scene. He thought that this Holy King was really reckless. Yi Qian did not say anything. She just watched quietly. There was no anticipation in her eyes because the outcome was already decided when Zichen took out the scabbard. The crowd held their breaths. In their opinion, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Who would win? The Holy King or the master of this star field? Everyone was full of anticipation. Go to hell! The Holy King slapped at Zichen. Terrifying Holy King's power surged. Cold, murderous intent had already locked onto Zichen. Facing the Holy King's attack, Zichen activated his Holy King's power and poured it into the scabbard. He pulled the scabbard with his right hand. Whoosh! Bright scabbard light flashed. Surging holy might began to surge. A scabbard light shot forward. Poof! The scabbard light destroyed the Holy King's attack. The scabbard light continued forward and swept past the Holy King's palm. His palm fell. The scabbard light continued forward and swept past the Holy King's body. The Holy King's power around him was extinguished, and the scabbard light appeared behind him. The Holy King's powerful attack disappeared. Zichen's scabbard was also over. He stood in place without moving. The scabbard in his hand was already back in its scabbard. The surging energy had already dissipated in an instant. The surroundings returned to calmness. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an arm lying on the ground, everyone would have thought that the battle hadn't started yet. Everyone looked forward. Many people had puzzled looks on their faces because they couldn't see what was going on. Zichen sheathed his saber and looked at the frozen expression of the old man in front of him. He said, I've said it before, since you don't abide by the rules of the market, then I can only take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in the Saint King's eyes disappeared. The surging vitality in his body dissipated in an instant. His body slanted and fell to the ground. The blood in the Saint King's body spread out in an instant, bringing with it a pressure that made the heaven realm feel suffocated. At this moment, the expressions of the spectators all froze. Even their breathing stopped. Everyone was petrified as they stared at the battlefield in disbelief. With just one strike, he had actually killed the Saint King. Compared to the petrified crowd, the cultivators from the Life Stars were so excited. When they looked at those arrogant people again, they found that their faces were filled with fear, which was the complete opposite of their arrogance just now. Good stuff. Don't waste it. In the quiet battlefield, Zichen's indifferent voice resounded. A beam of energy moved forward, sweeping the Saint King's body and the blood on the ground back to his side and disappearing. Putting away the Saint King's body, Zichen looked at the frightened young man and said, He didn't abide by the rules, so he died. Now it's your turn. 2 arms. Don't go too far. The frightened young man didn't seem to wake up from his shock. A saint next to him suddenly spoke. He stared at Zichen angrily, but before he could finish, he saw 2 beams of light shooting out from Zichen's eyes. Poof! Poof! These 2 beams of light quickly came to his side and cut his body like 2 sharp blades. Almost in the blink of an eye, his body was cut into several pieces, and his vitality was gone. A saint died with just one look. What kind of strength was this? Everyone, including the young saint, was trembling with fear. My patience is limited. Zichen looked at the young saint and said indifferently, Good, good, good. I, Tuatai, will remember what happened today. Let's wait and see. I won't let you off. Tuatai said coldly. Energy surged in his hands, and he was about to cut off his own arms. Wait, Zichen suddenly said. Tuatai looked at Zichen and sneered. Why, are you afraid? Let me tell you, it's too late. You provoked me, Tuatai, and killed a member of the Tuo family. Soon, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ziqin. You talk too much nonsense. What I mean is, you don't need to cut off your arms. Just die. You. Tuo Tai's expression changed drastically. His mocking expression instantly turned into fear. He shouted, "Help!" Ziqin did not give him time to escape. Immediately, gold and silver light surged in his eyes. 2 rays of light shot toward Tuo Tai. Tuo Tai retreated in fear. A saint guard beside him immediately stepped forward. Saint power surged around him, and he slashed at the 2 rays of light. Chi! Chi! The slash was much slower than Ziqin's attack. The rays of light landed on the guard first. They broke through his saint-light defense and then cut open his body. During this time, Tuo Tai kept retreating. At the same time, a middle-aged man in the crowd was rushing toward him. His aura surged. In the blink of an eye, the pressure of a saint king was completely revealed. The middle-aged man sped up again. He came in front of Tuo Tai and grabbed him. Ziqin looked up at the 2 of them. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I'm from the Tuo family. I hope you can forgive us. We were a little reckless." Ziqin looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Just a little reckless." He had already raised the scabbard in his hand. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt. 5 saints and 2 saint kings came to the Sin Star. For a piece of saint-grade material, they wanted to fight someone from this force. They did not even hesitate to kill him. It was not reckless at all. "What do you want? We're not the only family in the Tuo family." The middle-aged man pulled Tuo Tai and started retreating. "I'm most afraid of being threatened. To overcome this fear, I can only kill those who threaten me." A cold light flashed in Ziqin's eyes. He pulled out his saber decisively. A bright saber light flashed forward. In the eyes of the crowd, this saber was stunning and bright. Naturally, it was also very powerful and terrifying. As a fully restored saber, it was already one of the strongest saint weapons in the world. It was made on the Life Star and was much more powerful than saint weapons made by humans. As the saber light passed, the Saint King and the young saint were all killed. The Saint King's surging vitality did not have any effect under this saber light. It dissipated in an instant. After killing the 2 of them with a single slash, only the 2 terrified saint-level guards were left. Ziqin sheathed his sword and looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them were trembling, not daring to say a word, because those who had spoken before were all dead. "I won't kill you." Ziqin looked at the 2 and said coldly, "Go back and tell your master. No matter what his thoughts and intentions are, don't come to the Sin Star Zone to cause trouble. This is just a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll personally kill my way to your star zone and make sure there are no more saints in your star zone. Make sure there are no more saints in your star zone." How domineering was that? The 2 saints from the copying star zone cupped their fists at Ziqin and quickly left. They knew that they were only alive because Ziqin needed a messenger. Otherwise, they would not be alive. After all, it was just a matter of taking a few more glances. The 2 left. Lei Ting went to collect the corpses on the ground. The surroundings were quiet. Today's scene was unforgettable for them. It had been many years since a Saint King appeared in this star zone. It had been many years since a Saint King was killed, and it was done in an instant. After Lei Ting finished collecting those things, Ziqin looked back at the person in charge of the market and said, "Give this heaven realm young man 10 drops of saint blood as compensation for the shock. Remember, from now on, if anyone breaks the rules of the market, kill without mercy." "Yes." The saint nodded and saluted. As for the heaven realm man, he was so scared that he even forgot to thank him. After ending this farce, Ziqin turned and walked back to his residence. Lei Ting and Yi Qian followed behind him. In this star path, there were only 3 forces that represented God. They were existences like Jia, Tu, Daf, and Huite. The last time Zichen saw Dof's great saint, he was shocked. However, he did not think that the Tuayin Star Zone, which he had never heard of, would have a great saint. As long as there were no great saints, he was not afraid of anyone below the Saint King level. Moreover, he was not baseless when he said that the Tuayin Star Zone would not have a saint. He needed to intimidate and make an example out of them. If the Tuayin Star Zone took the initiative to stick out their heads, then he had to get rid of them first. After returning to his residence, Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "I have to go back to the Life Star first." "Are you worried that something will happen there?" Yi Qian looked at him. "I am a little worried, but mainly to deal with the forces on the star path. I have to make some arrangements." Zichen said in a deep voice, "There are too many experts on the star path. The weakest one is in the heaven realm, and there are also many saints. Before they are mobilized, we have to find a way to use them for us. When are you going to leave?" "As soon as possible." After staying here for a day, Zichen and Yi Qian headed for the most important transfer array after indicating that Lei Ting would be overseeing this place. After seeing the existence guarding the transmission formation, Zichen was obviously stunned. The other party turned out to be the existence who had refined the saber spirit for him. Zichen, who had entered the city of God, knew very well that the other party was the little disciple of the craftsman ancestor and also the junior brother of Old Man Wei. Chapter 2402. Zichen was surprised to see that the person guarding the transportation array was this old senior. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. The old man looked at Zichen and nodded, a kind smile appearing in his eyes. "Zichen, welcome back." Obviously, he already knew what had happened. "I was wondering who was guarding such an important place. I didn't expect it to be you, senior." Zichen smiled. If he hadn't appeared today, the matter of the Tuayin Star Zone coming to cause trouble would have been suppressed. One had to know that this old senior was the craftsman ancestor's disciple, an existence who had lived for an unknown number of years. Even the current Zichen couldn't see through him. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill 2 Saint Kings. "My realm hasn't recovered yet, so my strength is relatively weak. I can't compare with them. I can only guard the door here." The old man smiled, looked at Zichen, and said, "Why? Are you going back?" Zichen said, "I'm going back to take a look. I'll also discuss how to borrow the experts of the star passages." The old man reminded, "Then you must be careful. Although there are many experts here, many of them are from our side. This is a double-edged sword. If you use it well, it's a sharp weapon. If you don't use it well, it will hurt your own people." Zichen nodded. "I have considered this point. When I came out this time, the craftsman ancestor and Senior Wei asked me to greet you on their behalf. They were very happy when they heard that you were still alive." "They are indeed still alive." The old man smiled, his indifferent mood seeming somewhat excited at this moment. After a while, he calmed down and asked, "How are they doing?" "Very good. The craftsman ancestor established the craftsman palace there and gathered many experts from the Life Star." Zichen let out a disappointed sigh and said, "It's a pity that they can't come out. Otherwise, this invasion wouldn't have happened." What he said was true. As long as the craftsman ancestor and the others came out, as long as they stood in the void, which alien race would dare to invade? Then, again, if the craftsman ancestor and the others could come out, then the other existences would definitely be able to come out as well. At that time, the situation would still be the same, or perhaps even worse. After all, there was only one artisan manor in the City of God, but there were many powerful existences in the other forces. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Sitting by the teleport formation and chatting with the old man for a while, Zichen and Yi Qian stepped on the teleport formation, heading to the Life Star. This transportation formation led directly to the Martial Heaven continent, the holy land of the everlasting sect. Back in the day, this place was called a barbarian land. Its resources were desolate, and even Dan Yuan was unwilling to stay here. However, since the rise of Ziqin, this area had become a sacred place. During that time, this name had constantly been ridiculed, but now it had become the most important place in the entire Martial Heaven continent. The security here was clearly much tighter than the Nepha's starfield. As soon as Ziqin appeared, he sensed more than 10 saints. There were more than 10 saints standing around the teleportation array. Their auras were locked in that direction. Each of them was prepared to attack. As soon as they sensed any abnormality, they would immediately attack. However, when they saw that it was Ziqin, they were stunned for 3 seconds. Then their expressions became incomparably excited, and they repeatedly cried out, "Sect Master! It's the Sect Master! The Sect Master has returned." These saints were very excited. Although the Sect Master of the everlasting sect had changed over and over again, in their hearts, Ziqin's importance as the Sect Master hadn't decreased in the slightest. It was just like the everlasting sect's representative in the past. Now that the everlasting sect was mentioned, the first person that came to mind was Ziqin. After appearing, Ziqin raised his head and looked at the sky. The enormous everlasting sect was now completely enveloped by a grand formation. Each formation base was emitting bright light, replenishing the formation's energy. There was a formation master overseeing each formation base. Outside the formation, there were figures of the foreign races. They stood above the formation just like that as wave after wave of attacks rained down from above, battering the entire formation. Among them, there were quite a number of foreign race saints. Looking at these foreign race saints above him, Ziqin frowned slightly and said, "Is the battle already so serious? Have they already attacked the everlasting sect? Where are Demon Ape, Long Hu, LV Peng, and the others?" A saint next to him cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master, the lords have all gone out to help." The chain formation set up back, then blocked the foreign race's heavenly realm. But it's very difficult to stop the foreign race saints. Many places have been breached. The lords have also been constantly on the move during this period. The saint looked up at the restriction that was under attack and said, "As for these people, they know that our formation's defense is very strong, and they also know that they can't break through it. Of course, they also know that our powerhouses aren't here." It turned out that the chain formation that Su Mengyao had designed back then could provide support at any time. But after the foreign race saints invaded, it couldn't last long because of its quality. The saints' attacks were too strong, so they could only provide support continuously. As a result, all the top forces in the everlasting sect were transferred away. Formation Master LV Peng also left with a large number of formation masters. Some of them led people to strengthen the formation, while the others led others to evacuate. They almost didn't have time to come back. What about Great Saint Blue Dragon and the others? Ziqin asked. These were the top forces. They all went to the Zhanwu continent. It's said that there are signs of foreign race saints there too. A violent energy wave suddenly came from above, causing the formation to tremble. At the same time, a voice came through the formation. "Does no one from the everlasting sect dare to fight? A few days ago you sent out a girl, and now you can't even send out a girl. Isn't the number 1 sect a little too weak?" Ziqin looked at the saint. The saint said shamefully, "Last time, it was sect leader Sunling who fought, but she couldn't beat the enemy. Now she's still recovering." Sunling was Ziqin's first disciple. She had a pure Yin body. If she became a saint, she should be very strong. Ziqin asked, "What's the opponent's cultivation level?" "It's a saint, but she's a heaven-defying saint." Ziqin was relieved. It was very difficult for heaven-defying saints to become saints, but as long as they became saints, their combat strength would be very strong. He didn't think that he was the only one who was lucky enough to become a saint as a heaven-defying saint. "Ziqin, you're back." At this moment, a voice rang out, and a woman in red walked over. Looking at the other party's pale face and unstable aura, Zichen forgave the other party for his disrespect. "Oh, you brought a beauty with you?" The woman in red looked Yi Qian up and down. Yi Qian smiled at her. "All right, let's talk properly. This is Yi Qian, and this is Sunling, my first disciple." Zichen introduced. "Hello, Yi Qian, I'm Ling. I won't call you master's wife." The woman in red was Sunling. At this moment, she looked at Yi Qian and said. Her words made Yi Qian blush. "Hurry up and recuperate. You can't even deal with a heaven-defying saint. How can you call yourself my disciple?" Facing Zichen's teasing, Ling smiled and said, "That's why I've always called you by your name." Zichen had a headache about this first disciple. He could only change the topic and said, "Where's Chun Feng and Lei Ling?" Lei Ling's life and death are unknown. He hasn't come back. Chun Feng went out to fight. He's probably going to be sent back soon. Ling said, "What do you mean he's going to be beaten to a pulp? He's your junior brother. Can't you care about him?" Zichen said unhappily. "Zichen, do you know how many people die every day during this war? Even saints are constantly dying. The only reason why he was able to keep his life was because the cultivation technique you imparted to him was strong and his physical body was strong. He's been beaten to a pulp, but he's still fighting. This is already very good." Zichen waved his hand. There was no way for him to communicate with him. When Yi Qian saw Zichen's helpless expression, she laughed softly without saying anything. She rarely saw Zichen so helpless. "What? Is there no one else in the everlasting sect? Are all of you cowards?" The mocking voice rang out once again from above. At the same time, the formation suffered a powerful attack. Hearing this voice, Sunling's eyes revealed a trace of anger. She said, "It's this guy who injured me. Since you've come back, take revenge for me. As long as you kill him, the everlasting sect will be safe for a long time." Of course, Zichen wouldn't listen to Sunling. After all, he was the master of the two. He ignored Sunling and walked forward. Along the way, he saw many injured people, and this was only a portion of them. They were all lightly injured and didn't leave the front lines. As for the heavily injured, they had all returned to the Time Castle to be treated. Along the way, when these people saw Zichen, they were all very excited. They've all participated in the battle. Although the everlasting sect still has many experts, there aren't many who can directly participate in the battle. Sun Ling caught up from behind. "Of course, we're miserable, but our enemies are even more miserable. You don't know, but when they first invaded, they were all dumbfounded when they saw so many saints on the martial heaven continent. In that battle, they suffered great losses. The first batch of saints who entered were all annihilated. The everlasting sect had as many experts as there were clouds. If they were just guarding this place, no one would be able to attack. But now the everlasting sect's experts were practically in charge of the entire southern continent. They were even constantly sending reinforcements to various places. As a result, the sect's experts had suffered great casualties. Along the way, Zichen looked at the injured and saw them holding their posts despite their injuries. Seeing them salute him one by one, Zichen was filled with emotions. War had always been cruel. Zichen was very clear on this point. But how could he avoid this war? The answer was no. Even if Yi Qian revealed her identity as the goddess, she couldn't stop this war. When a person's power was limited, the only way to end a war was to kill. Only by killing until the opponent was terrified would the war end. Unknowingly, Zichen had already walked to the everlasting sect's entrance. He looked up at the formation above and saw the foreign races who were constantly clamoring outside. He said indifferently, "Open the door!" Yes, the group of guards shouted in unison. They were very excited and worked together to open the sect that had been closed for a long time. Zichen walked out of the sect. He stood outside the sect and slowly floated in the air. When he was still a distance away from the formation, he waved his hand and said, "Close the sect protecting formation!" Chapter 2403. Deactivate the sect protecting formation. Zi Chen's words echoed throughout the Boundless sect. After hearing this, the formation masters controlling the formation were stunned. They did not follow Zi Chen's orders and hesitated for a moment. This was because once the formation was deactivated, the entire Boundless sect would be exposed to the foreign races. At this moment, there were many injured people in the Boundless sect, and there were very few who could fight at full strength. They trusted Zi Chen and worshipped Zi Chen without reservation. However, when faced with the lives of so many cultivators and the future of the Boundless sect, they had to think twice. Deactivate the sect protecting formation. Zi Chen spoke again. His voice was filled with decisiveness and irrefutability. He did not say this because Saint King Zi Chen had returned and he needed to show off in front of the Boundless sect's disciples who trusted him. Instead, he wanted to do something for real. When he came, the first thing he saw was the formation enveloping the Boundless sect. The second thing he noticed was the formation masters controlling the formation. The current Boundless sect was no longer the small sect of the past. After expanding time and time again, the Boundless sect had reached an unbelievable size. As a result, over the years, the formation had expanded time and time again, and its quality had increased time and time again. In order to maintain such a huge array formation, in addition to the huge consumption of energy, it also required many array masters to maintain it. The Boundless sect did not lack formation masters because when the Boundless sect was founded, Zi Chen had arranged for L.V. Peng to personally lead a group of formation masters. Those formation masters had already matured, and after many years of development, the Boundless sect's formation masters had reached an unprecedented level. It was even larger than the 5 Elements clans and the other old clans. This was the difference between sects and clans. Sects prioritized recruiting geniuses from anywhere, and they would provide them with resources without reservation. Clans were different. They prioritized the disciples of their clans. Speaking of which, with such a large group of formation masters, maintaining the sect protecting formation was not a problem at all. It was even possible to use the sect protecting formation to launch an attack. However, Zi Chen did not see the scene. All the array formation masters he saw were taking over several positions. They were multitasking and sitting cross-legged to control the array formation. Every single one of them looked exhausted and mentally exhausted. Zi Chen came back and saw how tired they were. He wanted everyone to remove the array formation and have a good rest to replenish their energy. He believed that, with his strength, temporarily blocking the attacks of these people should not be a very difficult thing to do. He didn't want to prove anything to these disciples who trusted him so much. He just wanted to share some of their burden and help them. As he repeated it again, the irresistible feeling appeared, and Zi Chen's personal charm was fully displayed. These array masters no longer hesitated. One by one, they formed hand seals and stopped the energy transfer. At this moment, all of them had the same thought in their minds. So be it if they were to die. Of course, they also knew that Zi Chen would never harm them. After stopping the transmission of energy, the Great Formation slowly stopped operating. The light of energy above could dissipate at any moment. All array masters, head to the time castle and adjust your energy. Zi Chen's voice rang out again. When the array masters heard this, they felt a lump in their throat. They were inexplicably moved. It turned out that this was the real reason why Zi Chen wanted them to remove the array formation. He saw how tired they were and wanted them to rest. Why did the array formation stop? Who turned off the array formation? Did a traitor invade? As the array formation was turned off, the existences who were healing in the rooms felt that something was wrong and walked out one after another. At the same time, the saints who were recovering in the time castle also appeared. Their expressions were uncertain. When they came out, they held weapons in their hands. and were full of vigilance. When they came out, they saw that the array formation that had stopped operating was being attacked by the foreign races. After a few flashes of light, the array formation completely disappeared. Damn it, the array formation has been broken. Everyone be on guard. The injured saints shouted in low voices. However, the expected scene of the foreign races swarming over did not appear. On the Wuji sect side, a person soared into the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. That's when the saints saw that figure. They were stunned and seemed to be in disbelief. It's him. He's back. Someone blinked and then confirmed his guess and cried out involuntarily, "Sir is finally back." Among the saints, there were some unique existences. They came from the star path and were all foreign races. At this moment, when they saw Zichen, they were extremely excited. At this moment, the entire Wuji sect's eyes fell on Zichen. He was already the center of attention. I was wondering how many people came and even abandoned the array formation. I didn't expect that only one person came out. What? Your people finally couldn't hold on and gave up on the array formation. As Zichen soared into the air, the mocking voice sounded again. A man stood above him. His expression was arrogant and his words were cold. He stood high above and looked down at Zichen. Heaven-defying saint power surged around him. His aura was indeed much stronger than that of a saint in the same realm. In addition to him, Zichen also saw over a dozen saints of foreign races and over 1,000 heaven realm experts. As for existences of other realms, they didn't appear. This was the Wuji sect, the place with the strongest defenses in the entire martial heaven continent. Even heaven realm experts wouldn't be able to break through the defenses here. Heaven realm was the lowest level that could come here. Zichen's gaze swept over these people. Then he looked up at the heaven-defying saint and said indifferently, "You should have more people. Tell those who are hiding to come out. Your Wuji sect only has the old, weak, sick, and disabled left. Are these people not enough to kill your way in?" Sneered the saint. At this moment, those who had been healing in the Wuji sect, whether they could leave or not, all came out. They all looked up at the confrontation between the two sides. They didn't say anything. The entire Wuji sect was silent. Although they were silent, their eyes were filled with excitement. They were about to see their sect master fight again. Zichen stood there indifferently. A scabbard appeared in his hand. He said, "If you don't come out now, you won't have a chance later." No chance. With just you, or the old, young, sick, and disabled here? That heaven-defying saint sneered again. The other saints and heaven realm experts behind him also burst into laughter. They couldn't be blamed for being so presumptuous. That was because they didn't know Zichen. The heaven-defying experts who knew Zichen back then had either fled or died. Now that the foreign races had invaded again, those people didn't dare to come to Zichen's territory. It was the same for the heaven realm experts back then. After seeing the power of Zichen and the Wuji sect, they didn't dare to take the initiative to come here. Even those who dared to come had all died in the great battle a few years ago. Thus, these people didn't know Zichen. That was why they could be so relaxed. I, Zhuin, would like to see how strong you are. You actually dared to come here alone. The energy around the saint began to surge. It seemed that he was very confident in his combat strength. The other party seemed to be too confident. Zichen didn't want to draw his scabbard in front of the other party. He put the scabbard back and looked at Zhuin. "I heard that you injured a girl a while ago." "I've injured too many people." Speaking of Smelly, there was one. She said that she had the strongest combat strength in the Wuji sect, but she was too weak. "Why? Are you here to avenge that smelly person? Are you her lover?" Zhuin stared at Zichen with contempt. Zichen shook his head and said seriously, "She's not smelly and I'm not her lover. I'm her master." That smelly person was so weak. "I don't think you're much of a master." Zhuin looked at Zichen with disdain. However, Chen didn't respond this time. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? If you're not going to make a move, I'm going to. Zhu Wen said again. Sure. Chen's voice rang out behind him. Zhu Wen's expression changed drastically. When he looked in front of him again, he saw that Chen's figure was slowly disappearing. When did he move? Zhu Wen's heart was filled with fear. He immediately turned around and threw a punch behind him. The heaven-defying energy was greatly mobilized by this punch. It was aimed at Chen's head behind him. Go to hell! Wherever the fist passed, it was accompanied by Zhu Wen's loud shout, and a surge of energy surged out. Facing this punch, Chen didn't dodge. He only stretched out his left hand to block it when the fist was about to reach him. Slap! There was a soft sound. Chen's palm caught Zhu Wen's powerful punch. During this time, the energy on the fist was wreaking havoc, but it couldn't pass through Chen's palm at all. Chen stood there motionless. As the energy wreaked havoc, his robe and black hair danced in the wind. His expression was cold and emotionless. This punch was like a clay ox entering the sea. It made Zhu Wen feel unfathomable. He knew that this was bad and was about to retreat. However, he found that his fist was tightly held by his opponent. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Get out of my way! Zhu Wen shouted. The heaven-defying energy was channeled into his fist, forming shock waves. However, such terrifying energy shock waves couldn't cause the slightest ripple in front of his opponent's palm. At this moment, Zhu Wen finally felt that his opponent was difficult to deal with. He had encountered a true powerhouse. Is this your attack? Chen grabbed his opponent's wrist and looked at him indifferently. Go to hell! Since he couldn't break free, Zhu Wen made up his mind. He clenched his other hand into a fist and threw a punch at Chen's side. You hurt my disciple. How can I kill you so easily? Chen said indifferently and threw out a punch as well. Zhu Wen's fist carried a powerful and heaven-defying energy fluctuation. Chen's punch was just a punch. It didn't even have the light of energy. Could such a punch go up against Zhu Wen's fist? Just as everyone watched nervously, the two fists met in midair. Crack! The moment the fists met, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The heaven-defying saint power on Zhu Wen's fist dissipated in an instant as if it had met its nemesis. At the same time, his arms were all broken, and he was pulled down in fear. The intense pain caused Zhu Wen to look up and scream. Chapter 2404. Upon hearing Zhu Wen's cry and seeing his broken arm, the foreign race saints who had mocked Chen earlier were all stunned. The speed that Chen had displayed earlier had already shocked them. However, they had not expected that his combat strength would be so strong. The heaven-defying Saint Zhu Wen had actually been defeated by a single punch. I won't kill you so easily. Chen looked at Zhu Wen indifferently. He clenched his fist again and punched Zhu Wen. Crack! The punch landed on Zhu Wen's chest, and the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. This was a pure physical attack without any energy in it, so it was not fatal. It only broke some of Zhu Wen's bones again. Zhu Wen could not help but cry out in pain again. His voice was somewhat mournful. He wanted to resist, but the heaven-defying energy in his body was not under his control at all. It was as if it was being suppressed by some kind of energy. Just like that, Chen punched a third time, and Zhu Wen's mournful cry was heard again. Stop, stop! The foreign race saints who were watching the battle from afar finally reacted, and they all rushed over. Don't worry about me. Charge into the Wuji sect and destroy this sect. Zhu Wen was tough enough. At this moment, he endured the pain and said with a hint of madness and viciousness in his eyes. Chen's expression did not change. He had no intention of stopping. He clenched his fist again and punched Zhu Wen again. This punch contained a wave of energy that mainly targeted the soul. It could magnify the pain by more than 10 times. Zhu Wen, who was enduring the pain, could not help but cry out again when he felt the pain coming from his soul. Of course, the other saints would not leave him alone. One by one, they rushed over. Everyone in the Wuji sect could not help but feel worried when they saw so many saints rushing towards Zichen. After all, those were saints and not heaven realm cultivators. Only the foreign race saints from the star path knew how powerful Zichen was. A mere dozen saints were nothing. As for killing this guy named Zhu Wen, it was actually very simple. It was just a matter of one punch. However, to their surprise, Zichen did not kill Zhu Wen with one punch. Instead, he continued to punch as if he did not notice the arrival of these saints. Just as the saints were about to reach him, a beam of gold and silver light appeared beside him. The light landed in the void and transformed into Zichen. He was holding a long saber in his hand. The moment he appeared with the long sword, a surge of saint might raged across the world. The unique suppressive force of a saint weapon made the faces of the foreign race saints change drastically. The gold and silver light transformed into Zichen's golden body. After appearing, he didn't say anything. He just held the blade in his right hand and poured the energy in his body into the blade. Then he quickly slashed horizontally. A blade light, like a waterfall, rapidly swept forward. As the blade light continued to move forward, its size also continued to expand. The dozens of saints who were charging forward were instantly enveloped by the saber radiance. Swoosh! The light around them only flickered a few times before completely disappearing. The blade light swept past their bodies. The blade light flew for a while and disappeared. Saint blood splattered in the sky. The halves of the saints' corpses fell from the sky. Of the dozens of saints who had just charged forward, only 4 were lucky enough to survive. They stood in the distance and looked at the falling saints' corpses in horror. More than 10 saints were killed with one slash. The alien heavenly realm experts in the distance, who were preparing to attack, all stopped and retreated in fear. That slash just now could kill dozens of saints. If it were them, half of them would have died instantly. Saint weapon, it's a saint weapon. Exclamations began to rise and fall. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. To be precise, they were looking at the hand of Zichen's golden body. Most of them had only heard of saint weapons. Few had seen them with their own eyes. The saint might was so strong at this moment. In the Wuji sect, all the disciples were very excited. That slash just now was too amazing. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 saints were the last to arrive, they would have been killed by the saber light in an instant. But the battle wasn't over yet. Zichen's golden body flew forward. The golden body had the same combat power as Zichen. Now that it had a heavenly weapon, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Amidst the lightning, Zichen quickly arrived in front of a saint and slashed down with his blade. Poof! The golden body's speed and attack were unbelievably fast. The saint didn't have time to react before he fell into a pool of blood. Dead. The golden body flashed again and appeared in front of the second foreign race saint as if it had teleported. The saint weapon in its hand slashed down again. Poof! The second saint died. At this moment, facing the golden body with a saint weapon, a saint was nothing. It was like cutting melons and grass. One slash was all it took. Ah! While the golden body was slaughtering the saints, the Zhu Wen, who had been tormented by Zichen, let out a mournful howl once again. Along with this howl, an intense ray of light appeared. The light shot into the sky and opened a passage in the space there. Waves of powerful aura appeared from the passage. Isn't it a little too late to call for help now? Zichen's indifferent expression showed a hint of mockery. He ignored the passage above him and clenched his fist again, punching at Zhu Wen. This was punishment. Zichen had said before that he wouldn't kill him so easily. At this moment, the the golden body's fourth slash had slashed down. The last surviving saint was also dead. The saint corpse fell on the ground, still emitting a pressure that suffocated the heavenly realm. After that, the golden body went down and waved its hand. Rays of colorful energy appeared from its body and extended forward like spiritual snakes. They wrapped around the saint corpse and flew in the direction of the Wuji sect. Just as the golden body was collecting the spoils of war unhurriedly, the passageway above opened completely, and one saint after another appeared from within. The aura of the two people in the lead was very similar to Zhu Wen's. It was obvious that they were two heaven-defying saints. In addition to the two heaven-defying saints, there were dozens of other saints behind them. It had to be said that this was a powerful team. If they entered the Wuji sect, it would be a disaster for the Wuji sect. After they appeared, the first thing they noticed was that the enormous Wuji sect was completely exposed. The sect protection formation had completely disappeared. This scene surprised them, but soon they saw someone grabbing Zhu Wen and beating him up. His fists landed on Zhu Wen's body continuously, causing Zhu Wen to scream in pain. "Stop!" The heaven-defying saint shouted and rushed toward Ziqin. As he rushed forward, he said, "Ba Fu, you guys kill your way into the Wuji sect. I'll take care of this." Before he finished speaking, he saw a person appear in front of him. This person was surrounded by light and held a saber in his hand. The same saint aura that he emitted made him feel very oppressed. He was very surprised by the opponent's aura, but he didn't expect the opponent to have a saint weapon. After fighting for so long, almost no saint weapons had appeared. After he shouted, "Get lost!" he launched an attack at the golden body. At this moment, the golden body raised its long saber and slashed forward. As the saint aura raged, the heaven-defying saint only noticed the abnormality. Horror appeared on his face, but it was too late to react. The saber slashed down on his head. Poof! Although the heaven-defying saint was powerful, he was not as powerful as the golden body with a saint weapon. He and Ziqin had the same combat strength. The only difference was that they didn't have the heavenly god skeleton. The heaven-defying saint who had just appeared was directly cut in half. His vitality was completely gone, and he fell to the ground. Zhu Wen thought that he had called for help, but when he saw that the opponent was killed with a single slash, he was completely desperate. On the other side, the surge of saint aura attracted Ba Fu's attention. He looked back and saw that his companion had been killed. He was stunned and couldn't believe it. "You guys kill your way in. I'll deal with him." Although he was stunned, he quickly reacted. These saints shouted in unison and continued to rush toward the Wuji sect. The injured saints of the Wuji sect were also stimulated by Ziqin's killing method. They were all ready to fight. However, they didn't need to do anything. Ziqin had already arranged everything. 2 rays of light flew out from his body. The rays of light were gold and silver. After landing, they turned into 2 Ziqin. They were the yin and yang clones. When the 2 clones appeared, each of them held a sword in their hand. The sword surged with strong saint aura. The sword was a saint weapon. It was still a saint weapon. Both were saint weapons. The 2 clones rushed toward the saints and swept the saint swords in their hands. Pooh! 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 It was unknown how many saints were killed in the wake of the 2 saint swords' light. In the eyes of the crowd, the powerful saints were like weeds, dying one after another. The appearance of the 3 saint weapons was extremely shocking. During the invasion of the foreign tribes, they had witnessed the terror of saint weapons for the first time. The 3 saint weapons in the hands of the 3 clones swept through the entire battlefield. Powerful saints were constantly being killed in seconds. Before Ba Fu could face the golden body, he heard a scream behind him. Then he turned around and saw 2 saint weapons sweeping across. Shocked, his mind went blank for a moment. Then he turned around and ran without hesitation. He cursed Zhu Wen in his heart. How did he manage to lure out such a terrifying existence? Swoosh! At that moment, the golden body used its extreme speed to block him. Then it slashed down. Previously, Ba Fu thought that he could block the attack. However, after feeling the power of the slash, he knew the true difference between the two of them. He was shocked. He didn't understand how there could be such a powerful attack in the world. It was even stronger than him, a heaven-defying cultivator of the same level. The blade light dissipated. Ba Fu's corpse fell to the ground. On the other side, dozens of saints were facing the Yin and Yang clones with saint weapons. It was a one-sided massacre. At this moment, Zichen showed the world not only his powerful battle prowess, but he also showed off his wealth. Who could have 3 saint weapons at the same time? Seeing the reinforcements die in an instant, Zhu Wen was in despair. While he was still alive, he looked at Zichen and said, "Who are you?" Zichen. Chapter 2405. When Zichen's final punch landed, a surge of energy surged out. The energy contained within it surged into Zhu Wen's soul. The flames of life within Zhu Wen's soul were rapidly extinguished. As death approached, Zhu Wen's mind echoed with Zichen's name. He was no stranger to this name. He was known as the most powerful heaven-defying cultivator and the nightmare of many heaven-defying cultivators. But he had never seen Zichen before, so he didn't think so. He felt that the rumors were exaggerated. Everyone was a heaven-defying cultivator, so how strong could Zichen be? Even if he was rumored to be the most likely heaven-defying cultivator, and he was already a saint, if he really did meet Zichen, even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least put up a fight. As such, he took the initiative to come to the Boundless sect. Those who had come with him had the same idea. They didn't believe that Zichen was that strong. In the end, they were all dead. Zhu Wen, who had been full of confidence, hadn't even suffered a crushing defeat in front of Zichen, because the two of them weren't even on the same level. Before his soul was extinguished, Zhu Wen truly understood how powerful Zichen was. A trace of regret surfaced in his heart, but it was all too late. His soul was extinguished, and his corpse was swept away by a beam of energy, flying into the depths of the Boundless sect. Next, a portion of his saint energy would be used by the other saints to recover from their injuries, while the other portion would be used to motivate the heavenly realm cultivators so that they could kill even more outsiders. After killing Zhu Wen, Zichen looked around and found that there was no one else in sight. As for the heavenly realm cultivators from before, after seeing such a terrifying massacre, they had all fled without a trace. Zichen had single-handedly protected the Boundless sect. Not good, not good at all. Holy King Luofu, the commander of the Southern Continent's forces, heard a shout. Then, a heaven realm expert rushed into the room in a panic, without even reporting to the outside. Luofu frowned and said, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic?" "Sir, something has happened to the Boundless sect." This heaven realm cultivator had already run to where Saint King Luofu was, but when he recalled the scene just now, he was still terrified. What exactly happened? Luofu's voice became cold and harsh. The Wuji sect suddenly removed the sect-protecting formation, and then a saint walked out. "He killed everyone," the heaven realm expert said in a panic. "A mere saint could kill everyone. Do you think I'm an idiot?" The Saint King was furious. "He has a saint weapon, several saint weapons. When I came here, Zhu Wensheng was still alive, but he should be dead soon." The heaven realm expert recounted what had happened back then in a panic. Because he had run too fast, he had not heard Zichen's name. However, Holy King Luofu did not hear what the other party said at all. At this moment, his attention was focused elsewhere. "Are you sure he's a saint and has a saint weapon?" The Saint King asked in a low voice. "Yes, I'm very sure. And he has a total of 3 saint weapons," the heaven realm expert said solemnly. 3 saint weapons? That's quite a lot. I'll go take a look now. The Saint King stood up with a smile on his face, but a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. Sir, are you going alone? Do you want to? What? Do you think I can't deal with a mere saint? Before the Heaven Realm expert could finish, he was interrupted by the Saint King. Looking at the Saint King's cold gaze, the Heaven Realm expert was terrified and repeatedly said no. With a cold snort, the Saint King left. If a saint possessed 3 saint weapons, then he had to be a little faster. Otherwise, if the news spread to the other Saint Kings, then it would be troublesome. Because he was in a hurry to obtain a saint weapon, the holy ruler's speed was very fast. Just as Zi-Chen recalled his clone and put away all the saint weapons, the holy ruler arrived. A terrifying pressure swept over from afar, bringing with it a suffocating aura that enveloped the entire everlasting sect. Feeling this aura, all the cultivators of the everlasting sect were shocked. The saints all cried out the Saint King's name. Ha! Saint King Luofu laughed loudly and appeared in the air. I heard that an expert from the everlasting sect came. Who are you? Zi-Chen looked up at the Saint King who appeared. I am Saint King Luofu, the commander of this region. Luofu didn't hide his identity. Zi-Chen was not surprised by this. It was normal for there to be a Saint King overseeing such a huge battle. It would be abnormal if there was a supreme saint overseeing it. The alien races could only send Saint Kings now. As for supreme saints, they should be trapped in the Zhanwu continent by the Azure Dragon Supreme Saint and the others. In the everlasting sect, most disciples began to worry for Zi-Chen. After all, this was a Saint King, who was second only to a supreme saint. Luofu looked around and finally rested his eyes on Zi-Chen. Looks like that expert is you. I heard that you killed many of our people? Not a lot of people, but a lot of saints, including 3 heaven-defying saints. Zi-Chen added, You're quite confident. Saint King Luofu sneered. I heard that you have 3 saint weapons? Zi-Chen shook his head. What? You don't have any? Luofu's expression turned cold. Zi-Chen replied, Yes, but it's not 3, it's 4. Oh. Luofu's eyes brightened. As for the everlasting sect, there was an uproar. Clearly, they were also shocked by the number of saint weapons Zi-Chen had. Under normal circumstances, having 1 saint weapon was already very impressive. Who would have thought that Zi-Chen would actually have 4? Want to see? This is the 4th one. Zi-Chen reached out. With a flash, a sheathed sword appeared in his hand. That's a saint weapon. Luofu's spiritual thoughts landed on the sheathed sword, but he didn't feel anything strange. He frowned. Of course. Zi-Chen smiled faintly. He grabbed the sheath with his left hand and reached for the hilt with his right. Are you going to attack me? Just as well. Let this Saint King see just how much battle strength a mere saint can have even with a saint weapon in hand. After Luofu finished speaking, he reached toward the sky with one hand. It looked like he was holding up the sky with his palm. In the next moment, the clouds in the sky started to move and the space began to distort crazily. The Saint King power surged into the distorted space above. In an instant, a huge square seal was formed above. On the square seal, runes flashed. The Saint King's aura spread, surging with a suffocating pressure. This was a square seal formed purely by the Saint King's power. Because the aura was too strong, it could only stay in the void. Around the seal, the void had been shattered, revealing 4 black holes. Once such an attack landed, it would be a devastating blow to the defenseless Wuji sect. At the very least, the energy shockwaves from the seal could kill too many Wuji sect cultivators. Even the injured saints might die because of it. Therefore, he couldn't let this attack land. Thus, Zi-Chen rushed into the sky, his body shining with saint light. Die! The Saint King roared and slammed his palm down. Following this action, a rumbling sound came from the sky. The seal, formed completely by the Saint King's power, fell from the sky, heading toward Ziqin. Ziqin, who had risen against the sky, began to surge with Saint King power in his palm. Although he had reached the Saint King realm, there was more Saint King power in his body. Therefore, when he didn't deliberately show his Saint King power, he was still just a saint. Whoosh! A bright blade light rose against the sky and collided with the Saint King's attack. Whoosh! The horrifying square seal in the sky was instantly split apart by the saber. The Saint King power in it didn't even have time to explode before it was extinguished. Ziqin's figure passed through the split seal and swung his blade at the Saint King. Cross-blade technique. A cross-shaped saber arc formed by two extreme slashes flew straight at the Saint King. The confident Saint King's expression changed drastically at this moment. Facing the cross-shaped blade arc, he retreated. His Saint King power surged, trying to break through the attack. Boom! The surging energy shook the cross and dissipated, but the Saint King was still sent flying. His face was pale, and his body was quite shaken. The strength of this attack was far beyond his expectations. "You're too slow." However, when the Saint King looked up again, he found that the saint in front of him had disappeared. At the same time, a cold voice sounded behind him. The Saint King turned around in fear. His Saint King power surged again, and as he turned around he attacked behind him. This strike collided with a fist shining with golden light. Kacha! In the fierce collision of energy, there was the sound of bones breaking. The Saint King was sent flying by Ziqin's punch, and his hand was broken. The difference in strength between the two sides made the Saint King's eyes filled with unimaginable shock. Below, the Wuji sect burst into cheers when they saw Ziqin's strength. "Damn it, he's so strong!" Deeply sensing the strength of his opponent, Luo Fu's Saint King power surged in his arm. While recovering his broken arm, he didn't stop retreating. He was preparing to escape. "You won't be able to escape." Ziqin sensed Luo Fu's intention. Coldness flashed in his eyes. Light flashed under his feet. The little Saint King power he had left was mobilized, and he quickly chased after Luo Fu. "This is a Saint King." Luo Fu sensed Ziqin's Saint King power. He screamed in horror and started running with all his might. Soon, the two turned into streaks of light and disappeared one after another, leaving behind the shocked Wuji sect cultivators. Sect leader has become a Saint King. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. They were all very shocked. A moment later, Ziqin returned. Beside him was the Saint King's corpse that was wrapped in the light of energy. Chapter 2406. The Boundless Sect erupted into cheers when they saw Holy Monarch Luofu's corpse. After all, Holy Monarch Luofu was the commander of this region. Now that even he was dead, who would dare to cause trouble in the Boundless Sect? They believed that the Boundless Sect would have a very long period of peace. During this period of peace, no one would dare to come here. With such a powerful sect master overseeing things, the exhausted formation masters returned to the Castle of Time to rest at ease. They would be able to properly recuperate for a period of time. However, this period of time was actually only a day. A day later, they walked out of the Castle of Time one after another. Due to the acceleration of time, their essence, chi, and spirit had all recovered to their peak state. After that, they didn't continue to guard the Boundless Sect's grand formation. Instead, they stepped onto the transportation formation and headed to other places to help LV Peng and the other formation masters maintain the formations as quickly as possible. At this point, all the formation masters of the Boundless Sect had left and were arranged to various places. As for Ziqin, he sat cross-legged in the air above the Boundless Sect, acting as the sect's grand formation. Due to Holy Monarch Luofu's death, a huge storm swept through the entire Martial Sky continent. Even the intense battles had a temporary pause. News of Zichen's return was like a whirlwind that blew across the entire martial sky continent. When the native cultivators heard this news, they were naturally excited. In their eyes, Zichen's name was synonymous with miracles. It was as if after hearing these two words, they had found their backbone. In the eyes of the foreign races, this wasn't a good thing, especially after learning that Luofu had been killed by Zichen. The commanders of the other 3 continents quickly gathered together. They wanted to find a way to deal with Zichen's return. In the end, they could only go to the Martial Sky continent to find some reinforcements. It would be best if they could find a great sage. If they couldn't, then finding some holy monarch reinforcements would be excellent. 3 days quickly passed. During these 3 days, the foreign races would occasionally appear in extremely distant places. However, as soon as they saw Zichen sitting cross-legged in the air above the boundless sect, they would decisively leave. In Zichen's expectations, the scene of other Saint Kings teaming up to kill him did not appear, which made him feel rather regretful. In such an intense battle, he needed more Saint King resources to motivate the saints. Yi Qian walked out of the room and flew towards the cross-legged Zichen. No one knew what the two of them discussed, but Yi Qian quickly left. This time, she was returning to the alien cosmos where she was born. With Yi Qian's identity, no one dared to do anything to her for the time being, so Zichen was not worried about her safety at all. Another 2 days passed. A murderous aura surged out of a teleportation array in the Wuji sect. Then a tall figure appeared. His aura was violent, causing the expressions of the cultivators around him to change drastically. The one who had appeared was the sky-splitting battle ape. He raised his head and gazed towards the sky. When he saw the seated Zichen, a trace of excitement appeared in his scarlet-red eyes, which contained a few traces of coldness. Zichen discovered the demonic ape as well. He descended from the sky and arrived before the demonic ape. The two of them gave each other a bear hug. "I hurried back as soon as I heard that you'd returned," the demonic ape said. His emotions fluctuated greatly. The demonic ape was currently covered in wounds of various sizes. Some of the wounds had already formed scabs, while others still had remnants of energy on them, preventing them from healing. Looking at the wounds on the demonic ape, Zichen asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" "They're all superficial wounds. They'll heal in a few days," the demonic ape said without any concern. After the devil ape returned, the others also returned one after another. Just as Sunling said, Qinfeng returned with injuries all over his body. Moreover, his injuries were also very serious. When he saw Zichen, he grinned and called out "Master." Then his vision darkened and he fainted. The two saints who had brought him back bowed towards Zichen before bringing him back to the time castle. The flying divine tiger and Su Mengyao returned very quickly as well. Looking at the haggard look on her beautiful face, Zichen said apologetically, "You've suffered." "You're the one who's truly suffered," Su Mengyao said gently. Su Mengyao said softly. She fell into Zichen's arms and said softly, "I thought you would never come back." Zichen gently hugged Su Mengyao and comforted her. He turned his head to look at the flying divine tiger. He saw countless wounds of various sizes on his body. Many of them were still bleeding. Zichen nodded at the flying divine tiger and said, "Go heal first." Swish! With a flash, the flying divine tiger turned into a streak of light and flew towards the time castle. In the time castle, Zichen had already taken all the resources of the Saint Kings he had killed. The Saint King's energy would be used first by the heavily injured saints. War was cruel, and this kind of world-ending battle was even more so. After that, Zichen saw many familiar existences. After seeing them, Zichen saw wounds and injuries the most. Lin Shui, Shang Guanyu, and Wang Xian had also returned. They didn't have any injuries, but they looked extremely haggard and listless. Beside them were powerful existences, such as Longhu, Xingchen, and the others. They had many wounds on their bodies. Seeing Ziqin, the three women were undoubtedly very excited. Shang Guanyu couldn't help but cry tears of joy. After receiving the news of your return, we began to deal with the things around us and rushed back as soon as possible. In the past few days, the frequency of the attacks of the foreign races has decreased, so we have time to come back. Xingchen came in front of Ziqin and said with a smile. Ziqin nodded and signaled Xingchen to treat his wounds first. After that, Mingyu and Brilliant also appeared. Although the two of them were women, their combat strength was very strong. They were on par with Xingchen. After greeting Ziqin, the two of them went to look for Su Mengyao. They still had some things to report to her. After the war started again, Su Mengyao became the commander-in-chief of the Wuji sect. She would usually stay in the Wuji sect and only leave the Wuji sect when there were special circumstances. After that, LV Peng also returned. Then, Ziqian was very surprised to see Zhang Haoyan. After giving him a bear hug, Ziqian asked, "When did you come out of seclusion?" "I came out not long after the war started." Zhang Haoyan was wearing tight black clothes. Even under the sun, he looked like a shadow. His expression was cold. Normally, he didn't smile, but today when he saw Ziqin, his eyes were filled with excitement, but he didn't smile much. It was clear that the Netherthorn trial had a great effect on him. Even Ziqin, who was very familiar with him, could feel the unfamiliar aura coming from Zhang Haoyan's body. Aside from the women, he was the only one who didn't have any injuries. However, that unfamiliar feeling made Ziqin feel uncomfortable. Thus, he patted Zhang Haoyan's shoulder and said, "When you're free, you should communicate with everyone." Zhang Haoyan squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm fine. It's just that the Netherthorn trial has worn away too much of my temperament." "It's good that you're fine." Seeing his familiar companions appear one by one, even if they were all injured, Ziqin still had a smile on his face. He was very satisfied. Every time he saw one more person, his mood would relax a little. This was a cruel world-destroying war that concerned the life and death of the Sky Martial continent. Death was something that could happen at any time. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't die in such a situation. Thus, every time he saw his companions return alive, he was very happy. Even if they were heavily injured, they were still alive. The last person Ziqin saw was the evil good monk. He was still fat. After seeing Ziqin, he laughed loudly and said, "You really didn't disappoint me. You really came back." Ziqin smiled, and the two of them gave each other a fierce hug. After that, the monk said in a strange tone, "You're not weak. You're so strong that I can't breathe." Ziqin smiled faintly. "You're not bad either. What? Are you interested in sparring?" The monk stretched out his hand. Pure Buddhist light surged on his hand. His eyes were filled with provocation. "Sure." Ziqin also stretched out his hand. A trace of Sage King power surged out of his fingertips. "Sage King!" the monk cried out in surprise. Ziqin smiled proudly. He crooked his finger at the monk and said, "What? You don't dare to fight!" "Are you kidding?" The monk's shocked expression returned to normal. He said, "I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? You don't have a sense of humor." Ziqin withdrew his Sage King power. He didn't plan to fight with the monk who was covered in injuries. He just wanted to tease him. "What's your next plan?" The two of them walked forward side by side. "I plan to borrow the forces on the Star Passage to attack these alien races. I'll let them fight each other," Ziqin said. The forces on the Star Passage were controlled by the three aristocratic families. Once the three aristocratic families had the intention to attack, all the experts on the Star Passage would be used by them. At that time, they would definitely attack the Life Star. Fortunately, Ziqin had gone to the Star Passage to borrow some people before they made a move. He had them kill each other and wear each other out. "We've thought about this problem," but I'm afraid it won't work. Because you can't guarantee whether the people who come here are enemies or allies, the monk said in a deep voice. Obviously, he was no longer joking when it came to serious matters. I have a way to identify them for the time being. It should come in handy when the time comes. After chatting with the monk for a while, the monk went to the Time Fortress to recover from his injuries. After that, Zichen arranged for the others to send invitations to the leaders of the other forces on the continent. He indicated that they should all come to the Everlasting Sect within 3 days for a meeting. Chapter 2407. The Jianwu continent was a land of continuous war, and it was also the place that suffered the most attacks from the foreign tribes. It could be said that more than 70% of the foreign tribes' main forces were placed in the Jianwu continent. Similarly, more than 70% of the area was now occupied and ruled by the foreign tribes. During the war, the indigenous people here gave up all their businesses in the outer regions and returned to the cities or their families. Under such a fierce war, no force could be spared, so there was a rare unity in this area. Even the Heavenly Kill Alliance chose to deal with the foreign tribes instead of attacking anyone as long as there were resources to be obtained. After arriving at the Jianwu continent, the place Zichen wanted to go the most was Huping City, but he didn't have time for that at the moment. His original body had come in person because there was something important. He had to find those great saints first. Therefore, after arriving at the Jianwu continent, Zichen went directly to the first continent. However, there would be interruptions in the teleportation formation to the first continent. Zichen could only enter one city and then use the teleportation formation to go to the second city. However, if the second city was suddenly attacked by the foreign tribes, the teleportation formation would be destroyed before the city was destroyed. Zichen could only leave the city and fly away at top speed. Everyone, don't wait here. Flying City has disappeared, and the teleportation channel has collapsed. From now on, there will be no more Flying City. Zichen heard such a voice from afar. When he walked closer, he saw more than a dozen Heavenly Realm experts and a saint surrounding a teleportation formation. The person who spoke was an old guard guarding the teleportation formation. There was not much regret on his weathered face. It seemed that he had experienced too many similar things. Then what should we do? A Heavenly Realm expert said worriedly, "We still have to rush to the next continent." The guard shook his head and said, "Then there's no other way. We can only stay here or go out of the city and take the risk. However, that will be very dangerous. Are there any other teleportation formations available? We are responsible for transporting resources. Now, we are waiting to return to the third continent." The only saint among them asked. Because there were 9 continents in the Jianwu continent, the resources during each period were different. After the outbreak of the war, because of the shortage of resources, the profession of resource transporter was created. They had to transport resources to the regions that needed them, to help the people in those regions grow as quickly as possible, or to recover from their injuries as quickly as possible. It could be said that they were the people closest to danger. This profession was admired by everyone. Even this bodyguard who was used to seeing life and death was the same. He was filled with respect for everyone. However, it was true that the teleportation formation could no longer be used. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? I'll go talk to the captain and see if we can get a team to escort you to the third continent." "Where are you heading to the third continent?" At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out, and a young man walked over. The young man wore a black robe and had a dignified appearance. He looked at the saint and asked, "We went to the third mainland to report back to the Luo family and brought back some useful resources." The saint was unable to see through the young man and did not sense any hostility from him, so he patiently explained. "The Luo family?" The young man smiled and seemed to be a bit emotional. After a moment, he said, "How many people do you have? Go and count them. Come with me." "You?" The saint looked at the young man. The young man was naturally Zichin. He originally wanted to leave directly, but after hearing the identity of these people, he decided to take them on a journey. Resource transporter was an admirable profession in the Jianwu continent. After Zichin learned of their existence, he also admired them very much. Perhaps one day, after the chain formation of the Tianwu continent was destroyed, such a profession would also appear. Little brother, do you have a team that is preparing to gather and leave? The bodyguard cupped his fists and asked. Zichin shook his head. I don't have a team. It's just me. After that, Zichin looked at the saint and said, Trust me, I can definitely bring all of you to the Luo family. With such confidence, he was obviously an expert. The saint's expression changed, and he immediately asked respectfully, Sir, are you also going to the Luo family? I wasn't going, but if I send you there, I'll take a look there. Sir, do you have old friends in the Luo family? Barely, but the premise is that they are willing to see me. Zichin smiled, then turned and walked out of the city without saying anything. He did not ask if they were willing to follow, because it was meaningless. If they were willing, they would naturally follow. The saint hesitated for a moment, then nodded abruptly and said, Time is of the essence, let's go! The other heavenly realm experts nodded and followed Zichin out of the city. As for the bodyguard in charge of the transmission array, he kept looking at Zichin's back. He felt that this young man looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him. Sir, my name is Luo Shao. Thank you for escorting me. The saint followed and cupped his fists to Zichin. Zichin nodded with a smile and did not say anything else. Soon, the group arrived at the city gate. After arriving, they could feel the aura of saints coming from the city wall. Without Zichin's instructions, Luo Shao tactfully stepped forward and took out a token to show his identity. Seeing the token in Luo Zhao's hand, the saint captain asked in a deep voice, It's very chaotic outside. Flying Wall City has just fallen, and the foreign race army may come at any time. Are you sure you want to go out? Luo Shao hesitated and looked back at Zichin. Zichin nodded and said, Captain, please open the door. As if infected by Zichin's confidence, Luo Shao nodded and said, We have something important to report, so we can't delay. The saint captain hesitated for a moment and said, How about I assign a saint to you? It will be safer this way. You don't have many people here, so there's no need. Just open the door. After we go out, we have our own arrangements. Zichin stepped forward and said, All right then. The saint waved his hand and motioned for the city gate to open. Outside the city gate was the Great City Protection Array. With a ripple of light, a door appeared above the array. Zichin and the saints walked out. After they went out, the saint wanted to put away the heavenly realm experts. Zichin waved his hand and said, No need, let's go. The saint nodded and was even more certain that this was a hidden expert. Just as the group walked a few miles, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Then, a powerful aura emerged from the horizon. Oh no, it's the foreign race army. When the group of guards on the city wall saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly and they cried out involuntarily. They're here so soon? The saint captain jumped onto the city wall. When he saw the black mass of the foreign race army, his expression changed drastically. He shouted at Zichin and the others through the Great City Protection Array, Come back quickly! The saints and the heavenly realm experts who were transporting the resources had stopped. It seemed that they were ready to run back, but they were too slow because there were 6 saints in the foreign race army. In the blink of an eye, the group was surrounded by the foreign race saints. Then the foreign race cultivators caught up and surrounded them. Damn it, let's go out and save them. The saint captain cursed angrily and was about to walk out. He knew very well that of those who were surrounded, the heaven realm experts would definitely all die. Only that saint might, or that overconfident green ox, might also survive. But before the saint captain could jump off the city wall, he heard a cry of alarm. Captain, look, "What, they're all—" The Saint team leader's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that everyone was dead, but when he lifted his head to look outside, he saw a golden beam of energy appear in the middle of the encirclement. This light formed a circle and spread out in all directions. The spreading light swept past the foreign race cultivators in all directions and then even further away. At the same time as the circle spread, an extremely strong wave appeared. When this wave neared the Great City Protection Array, it also caused the array to distort. Above and below the city walls, everyone looked at this scene in shock, and then looked outside in shock. Where the light swept past, all the foreign race cultivators' bodies were split down the middle and fell to the ground. In an instant, there were no longer any foreign race cultivators standing in the crowded surroundings. Only the resource transporters stood there in a daze. In front of them, the black-robed youth stood indifferently with a sheathed long saber in his hand. The foreign race cultivators and even the foreign race army from before all fell to the ground and died. All the human cultivators on the city wall who saw this scene were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. This scene was simply too shocking. In the distance, the foreign race army that still dared to come stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with fear. One move and he killed a group of people, including 6 saints. What kind of combat power was this? A deep chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. When Zi-chan looked up at them, the foreign race army turned and ran without a word. "Let's go!" The scabbard in Zi-chen's hand disappeared. He reminded the few people who were still in a daze and then walked forward. The resource transporters finally came to their senses. They looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. Then they carefully avoided the corpses on the ground and followed Zi-chen, who had already walked far away. A moment later, a ripple appeared on the Great City Protection Array. The cultivators in the city ran out and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. As for the Saint Captain, he cupped his fists and bowed deeply in the direction Zi-chen had left in and thanked him. These dead foreign race cultivators would be refined as resources to replenish the city and strengthen the city's combat power. Chapter 2408. Luo Xiao was still replaying the scene that had just happened. When they were surrounded, they were terrified and had lost all hope. A beam of light appeared in the unknown lord's hand. The light turned into a sheathed saber, and he unsheathed the saber. Then a flash of saber light appeared. The lord circled around, and the saber light swept out in a circle. After that, there were no more foreign races standing in front of them. Everyone was dead, including the 6 foreign race saints. He racked his brains to guess the lord's identity, but he could not figure it out. The group of Heaven Realm cultivators beside him were also confused and shocked. They did not know that some of the older generation in the city had already guessed Zi-chen's identity and caused an uproar in the city. The legend had returned. Luo Xiao witnessed how powerful Zi-chen was along the way. A small team like theirs was very conspicuous. During this period of time, they would be intercepted and killed by all kinds of foreign races. But no matter what realm they were in, they could not last more than 1 round in front of Zi-chen. Everywhere they went, all the foreign races who came looking for trouble were killed. They went on like this until they reached the next human city. Then they stepped into the teleportation formation and began to go deeper into the 3rd mainland. Amidst the endless slaughter, their small team finally attracted the attention of the foreign race experts. At the border of the 3rd mainland, they were intercepted by the Saint King. "You're the one who killed many of our people along the way?" The Saint King stared at Zi-chen and said coldly. Zi-chen's response was a slash of his saber. The bright saber light went against the sky and swept past the Saint King's body, splitting him into 2. The Saint King's life force was extinguished and he died. Although they had already known how powerful Zi-chen was and guessed that Zi-chen's weapon was a saint weapon, Luo Xiao and the others did not expect Zi-chen to be so powerful. Even the Saint King was killed by one slash of his saber. The foreign race saints who were watching from afar were also stunned by this scene. Then they saw the person who killed the Saint King flying towards them. After that, none of them managed to escape alive. Just like that, they didn't encounter any other foreign races until they reached the Luo family. When they arrived outside the city where the Luo family resided, Luo Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was worried that something might happen on the way, but he was too nervous to follow such a powerful being. Just as he was thinking about how he should introduce this lord to the elders of his family and explain how powerful he was, he saw that the entire Luo family was in chaos. The Luo family, which had never been in a state of chaos even in the face of foreign invasions, fell into chaos at this moment. Afterwards, the head of the Luo family and the elders of the Luo family all ran out. These were all the high-ranking members of the Luo family. They seemed very nervous when they arrived. After arriving in front of Ziqin, they hurriedly bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, sir!" "Seniors, there's no need to be so polite." Ziqin waved his hand and said, "However, these people didn't dare to not salute. They would never forget Ziqin, who blocked their door for a long time. Even now, that scene was still fresh in their minds. Impudent! Why aren't you saluting Sir Ziqin?" The head of the family looked at the stunned Luo Xiao and the others, and immediately said coldly, "Sir Ziqin?" Luo Xiao was stunned. Then a name appeared in his mind. His eyes widened as he looked at the young man beside him in disbelief. Ziqin smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I'm just a guard. Since you're here, I'll take my leave." "Sir, you just arrived. How can you leave so soon? If the news spreads, I'm afraid others will think that the Luo family didn't treat you well." The head of the Luo family hurriedly said with some fear and trepidation. Ziqin couldn't refuse such hospitality. He could only enter the Luo family. After staying there for half a day, he used the transmission formation here to go to the second continent. As for Luo Xiao, he was still in a daze. He had never imagined that the expert who had escorted them and even joked with them was actually the illustrious Sir Ziqin. While Ziqin's main body was heading to the first continent, Ziqin's golden body was sitting at the head of the hall. In front of him were the people in charge of all the major powers of the martial heaven continent. Among them were the representatives of the Five Elements family, the Tyrant Tao family, and the other families. In an inconspicuous corner stood the highest manager of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. He was like a shadow. These people knew where Ziqin had gone. Now that they saw Ziqin return, they were very excited. When the battle was extremely tense, Ziqin's return was like a cardiac stimulant, making everyone feel completely at ease. Ziqin sat at the head of the hall, while Su Mengyao and the others sat to the side. Some of the higher-ups of the everlasting sect walked in front. Looking around, Ziqin said, "Everyone, I've called you all here today to discuss the distribution of resources." All the people in charge listened quietly. They didn't express any objections. Facts had proven that the everlasting sect had helped all the major powers in the world before the battle. Now, almost all the major powers had received the everlasting sect's favor. Even now, the everlasting sect's formation masters were still outside. They hadn't returned to guard this city. So no matter how Ziqin redistributed the resources, they trusted that Ziqin wouldn't treat them unfairly. The resources we're gathering this time are mainly for saints. As for heavenly resources, we'll also collect them appropriately. Ziqin looked at everyone. In the upcoming battle, all the saint resources must be handed over to the everlasting sect. Remember, all the resources. In addition, when you go back, you have to contribute half of the saint resources in your family and bring them to the everlasting sect. "Sir, why do you suddenly want so many resources? What are you going to do?" a family head asked. "I'm going to open up the star path completely and let the heaven realm and saints in the star path come in and compete with the foreign races here." Before anyone could question anything, Zichen said, "I know everyone's concerns. Before that, I have a small screening method that can barely screen out a group of reliable people. The only condition for controlling the star path, heavenly realm, to fight is saint resources. As for those star path saints, I'll prepare other resources for them. So, all the resources will be put in the everlasting sect and distributed in a unified manner. After that, I'll set up some merit points. In the future, the resources will be exchanged with merit points. This is also effective for you, but you still have one more thing to do. During the battle, be on guard against the people from the star path secretly attacking our people." No one had any objections to this. The current battle was too tense, and they had suffered great losses. Especially for those families, such losses could not be made up in a short period of time. If giving up some resources could reduce the losses of their families, why not? I wonder if the merit points set up by Sir are specifically for the existence of the star path or for all forces. A voice sounded from a corner. It was the highest steward of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. Normally, this person would be despised wherever he went, but ever since he reached an agreement with Zichen, this organization was now extremely popular in the entire Tianwu continent. At this moment, hearing what the other party said, the other family heads chuckled. The people of the Heavenly Kill Alliance were very strong in one-on-one combat and were good at assassination, so they were very concerned about resources. Everyone is equal. Zichen said in a deep voice, "As long as you have enough merit points, we'll gather the resources to advance to the Saint King realm. When we have enough strength one day, maybe we can even open up the merit points exchange for the Great Saint realm. Does anyone have any objections to this?" Zichen looked at everyone and asked. Everyone whispered for a while, then shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. In fact, this was equivalent to everyone putting all their resources in the Wuji sect, and then the Wuji sect would distribute them. The only difference was that there would be competition between them. Moreover, how many resources did their families have in total? It had to be known that on the first day, Zichen returned. He had killed a saint king and dozens of saints. Compared to the resources in the Wuji sect, their families' resources were pitifully small. In addition, there was the star path behind the Wuji sect. That place was the place with the most resources. After that, everyone discussed some details, such as how to calculate the merit points and who should do it. This was the most crucial part, and it required a lot of manpower and material resources, and it was also the most difficult part. Fortunately, the merit points this time were only for the Heaven Realm and Saint Realm, so the difficulty was relatively lower. After discussing some things, everyone dispersed. Zichen discussed some specific details with Su Mengyao and the others, and then the golden body entered the transmission array. After that, a notice was sent out in the entire Nephis starfield. This notice was for all the Heaven Realm and Saint Realm independent cultivators. The content of the notice was very simple. It was to exchange merit points for resources. For example, Heaven Realm experts could exchange for Saint Realm blood essence to strengthen themselves and temper their bodies. As for saints, they could use merit points to exchange for Saint King blood essence to further condense their own energy. In addition to the Nephis starfield, this channel was also sent to the other starfields Zichen had been to, such as the Zambo family and the forces that had cooperated with Zichen in the past. The friendship that had been built under the interests of the past also played a great role at this moment. As the news spread, many Heaven Realm experts and a small number of saints came to the Nephis starfield. Chapter 2409. Seeing Zichen appear, the Inzhong Grand Sage was very surprised. He didn't know that Zichen had returned. Now, the Inzhong Grand Sage's power had completely recovered to its peak, and he was a great sage. Even if he didn't purposely release his aura in front of Zichen still felt a lot of pressure. Congratulations on recovering your power, great sage. Coming to the main hall, Zichen clasped his fist towards the Inzhong Grand Sage. Enough. You little brat. The Injong Grand Sage waved his hand. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he met Ziqin. He wanted to scare him, but he didn't expect to be beaten up. When did you return? After Ziqin sat down, the Injong Grand Sage asked. I haven't been back for long. I came here to take a look at the situation, Ziqin said. Along the way, you saw the situation. The Injong Grand Sage looked at Ziqin. Ziqin nodded and said I saw it. The situation is not good. Is there any way? For now, there is no good way. We can only open the star path in advance and let those people in. The Injong Grand Sage frowned and said, That is a double-edged sword. If we don't use it well, we will hurt ourselves. I know. That's why I came here this time to discuss this matter with the great sages. Ziqin said in a low voice, I have ways to mobilize those independent cultivators on the star path. But to those powers, what I can provide is too little. What do you want to discuss? The Injong Grand Sage asked. Right now, the only thing that we can take out to tempt those powers is the quota for the Lightning Divine Hall. Aren't those foreign races besieging us for the quota as well? Fortunately, we can give them the quota first and have them work for us. Ziqin's meaning was clear. The Thunder Divine Hall didn't belong to him, so he had to discuss it with the great sages. Unexpectedly, the Injong Grand Sage waved his hand and said, There is no need to discuss this matter. You can make the decision. The slots for the Lightning Divine Hall are practically unlimited, as long as they wish to throw their lives away and are rushing to their deaths. All of them will be given a chance. Hearing that, Ziqin's heart was moved, and he said, Since we don't care about the quota for the Lightning Divine Hall, why can't we completely open up the Lightning Divine Hall? At that time, I believe that the war won't happen, right? This was the doubt that Ziqin had in his heart all this while. The main reason why the foreign races destroyed the world was because of the Lightning Divine Palace. If they had opened it earlier, would they have been able to avoid this war? The Injong Grand Sage shook his head and said, You are oversimplifying this. The problem is not the number of spots. Ziqin was puzzled and asked, Then what is it? The problem lies with people. People. Ziqin was still confused. Grand Sage Injong pointed at the sky and said, There are endless stars up there. Every star has an alien race living there. They are actually humans too. No matter how big this world was, no matter how vast the starry sky was, there was still an area. As long as a cultivator reaches the Earth realm, they will have endless life. Think about it. How many cultivators are there in this endless starry sky? Ziqin shook his head. It was impossible to calculate, not to mention the endless starry sky. Even the number of cultivators on the life stars could not be calculated. That is endless. Furthermore, with the birth of new life, the number of cultivators is still increasing. In this limited world, there are endless lives. Isn't this very contradictory? The Injong Grand Sage looked at Ziqin and smiled. However, that smile was filled with an indescribable helplessness. Ziqin's expression changed, and he said involuntarily, Could it be that the real reason for starting this war of extermination is to exhaust? More or less. To be able to destroy a life star in the midst of a war of attrition. They will be very happy. The Injong Grand Sage said, You have stayed in the star path before, so you naturally know that not all the alien races are enemies. In the endless starry sky, the alien races are also waging war, and they are also exhausting themselves. After pausing for a moment, the Injong Grand Sage said, Of course, no matter how cruel the war is, as long as the Lightning Divine Palace appears, this war will eventually stop. For this war, many cultivators of other realms will die. However, once they enter the Lightning Divine Palace, a large number of saints will die. I have even suspected that the purpose of the Lightning Divine Palace's existence is to exhaust the most powerful existences in this world. The Injong Grand Sage looked at Ziqin and said, The Lightning Divine Palace is very scary and also very dangerous. You will understand when you truly enter it. In this world, great saints are almost immortal. However, if you enter the lightning divine palace, even existence of the great saint level, if you are not careful, your soul will also be destroyed. After that, the Injong Grand Sage added, "It is the true destruction of one's soul, and not the fall that we did previously." There was still the possibility of rebirth if one fell, but the true destruction of one's soul meant that one would disappear from the world forever. When Zichen's realm was very low, he had entered the Lightning Divine Palace once. At that time, the Lightning Divine Palace already gave him a very scary feeling. However, at his current realm, he also knew that the situation back then was really nothing much. At most, it was just a case of the monkey being king in the mountain when the tiger was absent, and those who entered were all fake heavens. However, after hearing the Injong Grand Sage's words today, it was clear that they had only walked to the entrance of the Lightning Divine Palace, and could not be considered to have entered the Lightning Divine Palace, let alone see the core secrets of the Lightning Divine Palace. In his heart, the Lightning Divine Palace was still mysterious. Since there was no need to discuss important matters, Zichen should return. However, before he returned, he took out all the saint weapons on him, except for the blade. Looking at the 5 saint weapons and feeling the dense saint aura, even the Injong Grand Sage was moved at this moment. "These are saint weapons. Where did you get them?" "In the city of God, the craftsman ancestor gave them to me." Zichen did not hide anything, and told the Injong Grand Sage about what happened in the city of God. He was not like the 3 aristocratic families who acted in a secretive manner and were overly respectful of the city of God. Perhaps because of Yi Qian's protection, he did not feel anything about the city of God. However, it was a pity that the experts from the Life Star were all trapped there. The Injong Grand Sage said, "I thought they had all fallen, but I did not expect them to all gather there. However, it is a pity that they can't come out." The Injong Grand Sage said with lingering fear, "I have been to the Star Path before, and I also felt the summoning, but I did not care. Fortunately, I did not go there back then, or I would not have been able to come out." Zichen said, "Among them, not all of them went there because of the summoning. Most of them killed their way to that world. Among the craftsman ancestor existences, which one of them did not have a glorious history, with a shake, the entire Life Star would tremble. Therefore, Zichen knew very well that among them there were many existences like Wuji who killed their way in. However, the difference between them and Wuji was that after they killed their way in, they would deliberately restrain themselves and keep a low profile. Wuji, on the other hand, did not. Once he killed his way in, he made a big deal out of it. On the other hand, it was also because the number of strong existences among the craftsman ancestors had increased, and they could help Wuji. Even after such a big mess, they could still protect Wuji. That was the accumulation of years of deliberate restraint. I gave you a total of 6. Because of the deal, you had to give 1 to Jia Tuesday. Why did you bring the other 5 here? You don't want them, but does the Wuji sect not want them?" The Injong Grand Sage asked curiously. "I have already repaired the blade, and it is already my holy weapon. I do not want the other holy weapons. As for the Wuji sect, although they need holy weapons, I think they are not as important as here. With holy weapons in hand, I believe the great sages will be able to do things more smoothly," Zichen said. "It is rare for you to be so considerate. These holy weapons have come at the right time. Perhaps the great sages will never fight, but with these holy weapons, we have the capital to intimidate others." This was related to the future of the Life Star, so the Injong Grand Sage did not stand on ceremony with Zichen. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 5 holy weapons. After that, Zichen bid farewell and left. He did not even get to see Zhanwu Qingfeng. When he returned to the Wuji sect, the sect-protecting formation was still closed. However, there were no traces of the other races nearby. It was obvious that Zichen's massacre last time had really intimidated them. However, Chen did not think that the Wuji sect would be safe from now on. There were too many experts of the other races. It was possible that they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. The tyrant, the devil ape, and the others had all left to continue fighting in other places. Because Chen had advanced to the Holy King realm in advance, they felt great pressure. They urgently wanted to advance in battle. The cultivators of the Wuji sect were also busy. They made many tokens. These tokens were condensed from special materials and could fuse with the soul. They would be the proof that those on the star path would come here. Su Mengyao was still in charge of the Wuji sect. Chen went to see her. The two of them talked a lot. After that, Chen bid farewell and entered the star path again. Whether the battle could be turned around or not, this was the key. On the day Chen left, the Yinzhong Grand Sage left with the 5 holy weapons. After finding the Green Dragon Grand Sage and the others, the Yinzhong Grand Sage took out the 5 holy weapons. This stunned all the Grand Sages. The Thunder Sacred Beast in human form looked at the Yinzhong Grand Sage and asked, "Yinzhong, were you robbed by the other races?" The Yinzhong Grand Sage smiled and said, "Even if I did rob them, they would need these holy weapons. Chen, that little fellow, has returned. He brought back these saint weapons and asked me to pass them to you. That little guy only brought out 6 of them, traded 1, and the remaining 5 are all here." Chen. When the Grand Sages heard this, they were all stunned. However, the Green Dragon Grand Sage's expression changed. He said Chen came back. What did he say? He said that he wanted to open the star path and let the forces on the star path come over. He even asked me if I could give out the Thunder Divine Hall's quota. Only then will we have the confidence to win this battle. What did you say? Of course I agreed. Didn't you say that you can have as many quotas as you want? The Yinzhong Grand Sage said. Chapter 2410. Hearing what the Azure Dragon Grand Sage said, the Yinzhong Grand Sage reacted instantly. He slapped his forehead and said, "Damn it! How could I forget such an important thing?" The Thunder Sage Beast said in a low voice, "This is a serious matter. Although the quota is unlimited, we can't give it away so easily. Especially Chen, we can't promise them so easily." The White Tiger Grand Sage's eyes flashed coldly. He said coldly, "This is a chance we've been waiting for so many years. We can't let it go. It's my fault. I was so happy when Chen came back that I forgot about this. What should I do now? Chen should have gone to the star path. Should I go there personally and tell him?" The Yinzhong Grand Sage was vexed. "You should go back and take care of things just in case. As for the star path, I'll go there personally," the Thunder Sage Beast said. The Azure Dragon Grand Sage nodded and said, "That's good too. With you there and the blacksmith, you can help Chen deal with some unexpected situations." Before leaving, the Yinzhong Grand Sage looked at the 5 holy weapons and said, "5 holy weapons? What a big deal. I didn't misjudge that kid. Saving his life so many times was worth it." Obviously, few people would not be tempted by the 5 holy weapons. Furthermore, Chen had a sect behind him. The Thunder Sage Beast left and went to the Tianwu continent. Then he entered the star path and went to the sinful starfield. When Chen's real body arrived at the sinful starfield, the first batch of saints and heavenly realm cultivators who were going to the life star had already gathered. They all came from the outermost starfield. Nominally, there were people in charge, but in reality, there was no one in charge. For example, the Rakshasa starfield, the Nico starfield, and the Zanbu starfield had no one in charge. Chen knew quite a few of the people who came. These people were all here to fight for the future of their families. Besides the Zanbu starfield, the other 2 starfields had many heavenly realm cultivators, but almost no saints. In order to become a saint, they were willing to risk it all. When they saw Chen again, their expressions were very respectful. When they had first arrived here, Zichen had only been in the heaven realm. However, after so many years, their cultivation levels had not increased much. However, Zichen had already grown to the point where he could kill a Saint King with a single slash. The news of the previous battle had already spread. For a time, Zichen's reputation had also soared. As Zichen's reputation spread, the rules of the nefarious star domain's market also spread. For the sake of a heaven realm cultivator, Shao Chun dared to draw his saber against a holy king and protect the heaven realm cultivator. He believed that this was the only time in the entire history of the star path. As a result, more and more rogue cultivators gathered in the Nephis starfield. For them, in an unfair place like the star path, this only fairness was very rare. Zichen saw Zombu Haochu and Zombu howling again. They were still saints and had not become Saint Kings. This time, as representatives, the two of them brought many people from the Zambo family. Among them, there were saints and heaven realm cultivators. They were all prepared to go all out for resources. It was worth mentioning that the Zambo family now controlled 2 starfields. After a short contact with these people and confirming that there were no major problems, Zichen signaled Lei Ting to take them into the transportation formation. When they arrived at the everlasting sect, Su Mengyao would naturally arrange everything for them. Just like that, the first batch of experts from the star path entered the martial heaven continent. Zichen was looking forward to seeing what kind of battle prowess they could unleash. Zichen's true body had come to the nefarious star domain, so the golden body should return. Because the golden body also had the identity of a harmonious spirit master. As long as there were enough resources, it could create an unlimited number of saints. After Lei Ting finished arranging everything and returned, Zichen looked at him and asked, "Have there been any abnormalities recently?" Lei Ting shook his head. "Everything is normal." Zichen nodded. After that, he began to think of a way to find more experts to enter the Life Star and fight the alien races in the starry sky. The Tuayin starfield was a very large starfield. There were many saints in that starfield. Even existences at the level of Saint Kings were plentiful. The Tua family had suffered a great loss in the nefarious star. In the end, Zichen had let the 2 saints go. His intention was very clear. As one of the strongest forces in the Tuayin starfield, the Tua family obviously couldn't swallow this insult. However, they didn't have a stronger expert in their family. The other party could kill a Saint King with 1 slash, so his battle strength was obviously very strong. Moreover, they were also very concerned about Zichen's threat. After thinking for a while, they thought of another way. Outside the nefarious star domain, an old man appeared. His back was stooped and his face was full of wrinkles. His left hand was holding a crutch, while his right arm was supported by a boy with rosy lips and white teeth. The 2 of them stepped on the void and arrived, standing in the void outside the nefarious star. "This is the place." The old man's voice sounded. "This is the place." The boy's childish voice sounded. In the next moment, the 2 of them disappeared. Zichen, who was deep in thought in the room, suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. His figure disappeared into thin air from the room. Zichen's figure appeared in the market, standing at the place where he stood last time. Opposite him, an old man and a boy appeared. Seeing Zichen appear, a hint of surprise flashed in the old man's turbid eyes. He then looked at Zichen and said, "It must be you, little boy. Your perception is quite sharp." Zichen looked at the old man, who was so old that he could barely walk, and didn't say anything. A cultivator couldn't be judged by age. Although the old man's vitality had weakened a lot due to his old age, he still gave Zichen a sense of pressure just by standing there. An invisible aura was emitted from the old man's body. When the nearby cultivators sensed this aura, their expressions changed drastically and they retreated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, There were no other cultivators between Chen and the old man. The crowd dispersed and looked over in horror. After seeing Chen in front of them, many of them had seen the previous battle. At this moment, when they saw the old man confronting Chen, their expressions became expectant. Obviously, they would be able to see another shocking battle. "Little boy, I heard that you killed 2 Saint Kings here last time, and both of them were killed with 1 slash." The old man was the first to ask. His aura spread out, but the boy was not affected. "Yes," Chen said. The old man smiled. The wrinkles on his face were so tight that they seemed to be pieced together into a ghostly face. It was very ugly and frightening. "I heard that your saber is a saint weapon." "Yes." Chen nodded and admitted it. Low exclamations came from all around. Although everyone had guessed it, they were still very shocked to hear Chen say it with their own ears. "Very good." The old man nodded in satisfaction. Chen looked at the old man and said indifferently, "You asked me 2 questions. Now I have a question to ask." "Ask away." The old man looked at Chen curiously. "Were you invited by the people of Tuain Star Zone?" Chen asked. "I like the word invited, but why should I answer you? So what if I am? So what if I am not?" The old man narrowed his eyes. Chen said calmly, "If I am not, then this is between you and me. Consider it a grudge between us. If I am, then I will fulfill my promise last time." The old man asked curiously, "What promise?" "There will be no more saints in Tuain Star Zone." "Ha!" The old man looked up and laughed. The wrinkles on his face trembled like snakes. He laughed loudly, and his expression was very exaggerated, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "No more saints in Tuain Star Zone? How arrogant! But how can you guarantee that you will survive?" After laughing for a while, the old man looked at Chen again. "You can't kill me." Chen looked at the old man and said confidently, "Oh." The old man's eyes flashed. Chen said in a deep voice, "Although your aura has not been fully displayed, I can feel the limit of what it can show. You are stronger than a Saint King, but you don't have the terrifying aura of a Supreme Saint. I guess you should be a half-step Supreme Saint." A half-step Supreme Saint was between a Saint King and a Supreme Saint. It was stronger than a Saint King, but weaker than a true Supreme Saint. The old man narrowed his eyes again and looked carefully at Chen. He had been unable to see through him since he appeared, but the other party could accurately estimate his realm. In this aspect he was undoubtedly weaker. Chen continued, "The vitality in your body seems to be surging, but in fact it is constantly weakening. The speed of this weakening has surpassed the speed of the growth of your vitality. For a saint, life is completely endless, but for you life is very limited. Your life is no longer unlimited. Perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, your life will naturally dissipate. I guess you have been injured very seriously and it has hurt your foundation. There is no way to heal it." The old man's face became gloomy. What the other party said was actually correct. However, he could not sense the other party's realm. He was not even sure whether the other party was a saint or a Saint King. Knowing his background and yet being so calm, he was either deliberately mystifying or had something to rely on. However, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed to be the latter. The old man's expression changed slightly, then he smiled again. "I have underestimated you. Then I will not hide it from you. It is indeed so. And the reason why this old man came today is also for that saint weapon. However, I will not kill you. 3 moves. If you can block 3 of my moves, then I will turn and leave. But if you can't, you are not qualified to use the saint weapon." This was obviously the old man's last-minute change of mind. After being completely seen through by Chen, he lost some of his confidence. Moreover, when he said that there were no saints in the stellar domain, it did not seem to be a joke. Chen looked at the old man and smiled. "There is no need for 3 moves. I will take 30 of your moves. I believe you will not be able to defeat me within 30 moves." Such words caused the surrounding people to gasp again. One had to know that the opponent was a half-step Supreme Saint. Zichen actually dared to say that he would not be defeated in 30 moves. What an arrogant little child. Then let me see how strong you are. Chapter 24:11. The aura of a half-step great sage was completely released. It was like a vortex that extended out, and the pressure became stronger and stronger. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed drastically, and they all retreated backwards. The boy beside the old man was still unaffected. He let go of the old man's arm and consciously walked into the distance. Obviously, it was inconvenient for him to continue staying here in the upcoming battle. A large portion of this aura was locked onto Zichen, making Zichen feel great pressure. However, this pressure was not to the point where he could not move his body. Although a half-step great sage was also called a great sage, it was indeed much weaker than a true great sage. There was no need to use the power of a sage ruler at all. Zichen could resist this aura. A dazzling golden light was released from his body, and then forcibly spread out, causing the aura within a radius of dozens of meters around Zichen to no longer be oppressed. Interesting. The old man smiled coldly. He stretched out his palm and slapped toward Zichen in front of him. His palm print was condensed with the power of a sage ruler. In this power of a sage ruler, there was a faint pressure that only a great sage could have. Although a half-step great sage was not as strong as a true great sage, he could still mobilize a trace of a great sage's power. Although it was only a trace, it was already stronger than many sage rulers. The energy that came out of his palm condensed into an energy palm print in front of him, and it headed toward Zichen. As the palm print moved forward, it also continued to expand. By the time it reached Zichen, the palm print was already able to envelop Zichen's body. Facing this palm, Zichen's expression did not change. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward. This punch emitted a dazzling golden light. It was powerful and surging. After seeing Zichen's punch, the old man laughed sarcastically. This was an attack from a peak sage ruler. How could a mere sage block it? The surrounding people retreated again, nervously watching the collision. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and there was a loud explosion. A visible energy wave spread out in all directions. The cultivators who had retreated a long distance were caught up by the energy fluctuations and were sent flying. Some of the buildings in the distance also started to sway, and 1 or 2 shops were unable to withstand the shock waves and collapsed, sending smoke and dust into the air. On the battlefield, energy raged. Zichen's black robe fluttered. The attack of the half-step great sage had already dissipated. He stood in place without moving and blocked this powerful attack. Looking at Zichen's fluttering black hair, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was very surprised that his opponent had actually managed to block his attack unscathed. After that, Zichen felt his vision blur, and the old man disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, the energy around him began to surge wildly, as if it was being squeezed by a strong force, becoming chaotic. The old man appeared in front of him, followed by a fist that glowed brightly. This was the powerful punch of a half-step great sage. The power it carried was very terrifying. An ear-piercing shriek resounded in the air. The space was constantly distorted, as if it would shatter at any time. In the face of such a blow, Zichen's expression changed slightly. Golden light flashed, and he also punched out. Pum! The 2 fists collided, and the energy vibrated. However, this time there was no ripple spreading out. All the energy was in a restrained state. This kind of restraint caused the amount of power he had to bear to be even greater. Therefore, Zichen began to retreat after this punch. Every time he retreated, the ground under his feet would tremble, and a powerful force would be transmitted to the earth through his body. In this way, he retreated more than 10 steps in a row before he could stabilize his body. Looking at the front again, the half-step great sage also retreated 5 steps. After stabilizing his body, the surprise in the great sage's eyes turned into amazement. A hint of coldness immediately flashed in his old eyes. His figure flickered and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. This time, the speed of the opponent was faster than before. He once again arrived in front of Zichen. However, the attack this time was no longer a fist, but a finger. Like a sharp sword out of its sheath, it pointed at Zichen's glabella. Wang! Energy surged around Zichen's body. His black robe fluttered wildly. In the face of this attack, he did not choose to use his fist. Instead, he used his palm to block between his eyebrows. His palm was in front of him, and his palm was behind him, blocking in front of him. At the same time, the power of a sage ruler appeared on his palm, and the pressure of a sage ruler spread out in all directions. Zichen's realm was revealed at this moment. Although the old man only attacked with one finger, it was the strongest of the 3 attacks. Zichen had to take it seriously. Pooh! The finger moved forward like a sharp sword, easily cutting through Zichen's sage ruler defense. Then it pointed at Zichen's palm. The skin on his palm was broken little by little. Then a finger hole appeared in the center of his palm. Energy surged wildly, and a violent aura spread out. After breaking open his palm, the old man felt that his attack seemed to have encountered the strongest substance in the world, and produced a strong rebound force. Pum! With a loud sound, the old man's figure retreated. Zichen stood in place without moving. He withdrew his palm that was blocking in front of him, and then clenched it into a fist. Blood seeped out from between his fingers. He stood in the same spot and did not move at all. He easily blocked the old man's 3rd and strongest attack. After this attack, the old man seemed to have paid a heavy price, and he looked even older. He leaned on the cane in his left hand again, and looked at Zichen with his turbid eyes. He nodded and said, 3 moves have passed. You win. The boy with red lips and white teeth jogged over from the crowd, and once again supported the old man. The old man did not say anything. He slowly turned around, and with his back hunched, he prepared to leave with the boy's support. Zichen looked at the old man's back and said, Old man, what you lack is not a sage weapon, but an opportunity. The old man's footsteps stopped, and he turned back to look at Zichen. Zichen continued, In your situation, even if you have a sage weapon, it won't be good. What you need is an opportunity to become a great sage. If you advance to become a great sage, I believe you will still have endless life. An opportunity to become a great sage? The old man smiled, but his smile was too bitter. Is there such an opportunity in this star path? Of course there isn't on the star path, but I know a place where there is. Zichen looked at the old man and said. A light flashed in the old man's turbid eyes, as if he had seen hope. He asked, Where is that place? Zichen smiled, but did not say anything. The light in the old man's eyes disappeared. He looked at Zichen and said calmly, What do I need to do? Old man, come with me to the hall for a chat. Zichen extended his hand and invited him. The palm that had been cut open earlier had completely recovered at this moment. The old man, who knew that his attack contained a trace of the power of a great sage, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. The speed of the other party's recovery surprised him again. Let's go. The old man did not think too much and followed Zichen forward. As a half-step great sage, if he insisted on leaving, who in this world could stop him? Therefore, he was not worried that Zichen was plotting against him. But soon, the old man realized how ridiculous his idea was. Perhaps a half-step great sage could run amok on the star path, but this range definitely did not include the Star of Sin. Just as Zichen walked into the hall, he was surprised to find a middle-aged man sitting there, leisurely drinking tea. After being stunned for a moment, he asked in surprise, "Senior, why are you here?" The old man who walked in later also noticed the middle-aged man. His pupils narrowed, and the aura on his body circulated naturally. He stood at the door and stared at the middle-aged man vigilantly. The middle-aged man put down his teacup and glanced at the old man without any change in expression. Then he looked at Zichen and said, "Injong told us some things, but there are many inside stories that he doesn't know, so I rushed over." Then he looked at Zichen with appreciation and said, "You're very good to have such strength in such a short time." He was referring to the 3 moves that Zichen had blocked with ease. Obviously, he had already arrived at that time. "What inside story?" Zichen asked. He was curious about this. "It's about that place, although the quota is unlimited." "Your quota can't be given out carelessly," said the middle-aged man. He was naturally the Thunder sacred beast from the Zhanmu continent in human form. "Why?" Zichen was puzzled. "Because of your identity," said the Thunder sacred beast. "We might be able to make any promises, but you can't. This is a big matter, and it's a rare opportunity. As for the real reason, you'll naturally know when the time comes. Then, if we don't give out the quota, it'll be hard for us to survive this battle." Zichen said with a troubled expression, "It's not that we don't want to give, but we should give as little as possible," said the Thunder sacred beast. When the 2 of them were talking, they completely ignored the old man standing at the door. The latter and the boy stood there like 2 pillars, not moving at all. If one really wanted to see something from the other party's face, it would be that his wrinkled face was currently filled with cold sweat. The Thunder sacred beast continued, "You need to grasp the scale, but you should give as little as possible, especially to those forces that are unfavorable to us." Zichen nodded. He didn't consider the opposing forces in the first place. However, what he didn't understand was, what did his identity have to do with the lightning divine palace? Could it be that this was related to luck? However, the great sage Injong had clearly said that even great sages would die in that place, and anyone who wanted to die could be let in. The Thunder sacred beast looked at Zichen and smiled. Then he raised his teacup and drank all the tea in it. When he put down the teacup, his figure had already disappeared from the hall. Obviously, he had left. Zichen stood there, frowning and pondering. After a while, the old man's voice rang out, interrupting Zichen's thoughts. "That's Senior just now." "That's right, he's a great sage." Zichen nodded and said, "Don't bother about him. Let's talk about luck first." Chapter 24:12. The old man walked in from outside. Seeing Zichen's attitude towards that great sage, he was now completely sure that Zichen was truly not afraid of him, a half-step great sage. With such a great sage overseeing the situation, he naturally wouldn't play any games with a half-step great sage. What you lack is an opportunity to become a great sage, and I just happen to have such an opportunity. Zichen gestured for the old man to take a seat and said directly, "What opportunity?" The old man sat opposite of Zichen, while the boy silently stood at the side. "Have you heard of the Lightning Divine Palace?" Zichen did not answer, but asked instead, "The Lightning Divine Palace in the Life Star?" The old man frowned, regarding the great name of the Lightning Divine Palace. He believed that in this boundless starry sky, there was not a single expert of the older generation who did not know about it. "That's right. That's the opportunity one was talking about." Zichen said with a smile, "Could it be that the Lightning Divine Palace is going to open again this time?" "Yes. I can guarantee that when the Lightning Divine Palace opens, there will be a quota for you. If I want such a quota, I can also get it. It seems that I don't need you to give it to me." The old man looked at Zichen and said, "You can understand it that way. However, the Lightning Divine Palace is on our Life Star, so we still have an advantage. If you enter the Life Star through other channels, you will become our enemy. Zi-Chin said, to put it bluntly, everyone wants to enter the Lightning Divine Palace, but how many people can actually enter? This number is impossible to calculate, but I believe that most of the people can't enter. The old man pondered for a moment, then said, Then what do you need me to do? You need to help us defend against the attacks of external enemies. These external enemies include saints and saint kings, but definitely not great sages. It's equivalent to you arriving at the Life Star in advance. Before the Lightning Divine Palace opens, you have to guard the area for us. As long as there were no great sages, this was not a difficult matter, and there was no danger to his life. After pondering for a moment, the old man nodded and agreed. He did not think about whether he could return alive after entering the Lightning Divine Palace, because that was not important. What was important was that he had to grab this opportunity. All right, I agree to your request, but I can't leave yet. I have to make a trip back, the old man said. Zi-Chen nodded his head and said, Of course you can. However, the duration cannot be too long, because the battle is about to end and the Lightning Divine Palace might descend at any moment. The old man and the boy left. This was the first expert Zi-Chin had recruited for the Life Star. Afterwards, everything returned to normal. As Zi-Chen waited for Yi Qian's return, he began to cultivate, trying to convert all his energy into Saint Ruler Force. During this period, Zi-Chin only gathered a small number of Heaven Realm experts and saints. He did not spread the news on a large scale. 2 months later, Yi Qian arrived at the Sin Star. She brought a long list with her. On the list were the radical forces in the universe. It was the cultivators of these forces that would fight to the death on the Life Star. With this list, Zi-Chan could use it to recruit the existences who wanted to enter the Life Star. I'll have to trouble you to continue overseeing this place. Zi-Chen looked at Yi Qian and said apologetically, I have nothing to do anyway. It doesn't matter where I stay. Yi Qian smiled. Next, Zi-Chen spread the news. This news was extremely tempting to the rogue cultivators on the Star Road and the forces on the Star Road. If you are a Heaven Realm expert, then I have the resources to let you become a saint as long as you are willing. If you are a saint, then I can provide you with the resources to let you become a saint ruler. If you are a saint ruler, then as long as you are willing, I can provide you with the opportunity to become a great saint. This news quickly spread to the nearby star fields, and it was still spreading. Zi-Chen was not afraid of forces without a great saint. As long as he was overseeing this place, no one would be able to threaten him. His powerful battle prowess was enough to threaten all the forces. As for those forces with a great saint, there were only 3 of them in the entire Star Road. Zi-Chan was not afraid at all because Yi Qian was overseeing this place. Perhaps in the endless universe, Yi Qian's position as a goddess was not very important. However, in this world, no force dared to ignore her. After this news spread, it attracted many rogue cultivators and some small forces with very few saints. They rushed to the Sin Star Road immediately. When they arrived, they were first interrogated. If they were from a hostile force, they would be abandoned. If they were not from a hostile force, they would be qualified to enter the Life Star. Of course, this kind of interrogation did not have any reliable basis. It was just a sentence. If the other party casually fabricated a region, they could enter the Life Star. However, they were all rogue cultivators. It did not matter if 1 or 2 of them were fishing in troubled waters. 1 or 2 of them could not cause any big waves. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. More and more Heaven Realm experts and saints entered the Heaven Martial Continent through the transportation formation of the Life Star. There were almost endless experts on the star path, and the weakest was at the Heaven Realm. With their participation, those alien races, unless they were at the Saint Realm, would all die if they were ordinary Heaven Realm experts or below. Half a year later, the alien race's offensive became defensive. During this time, they suffered great losses below the Saint realm. Even though they had endless reinforcements, they still felt that it was difficult to deal with such terrifying opponents. Moreover, the sudden appearance of so many helpers naturally caused a great commotion. This news quickly spread to the Zhan Wu continent, and then to the great saints through the Zhan Wu continent. They naturally knew what was going on, but they had yet to find a way to deal with it. They could only send the news back to the endless universe. While they were sending the news, the war was still ongoing. A year quickly passed. In this short year, the Heaven Martial continent had completely stabilized. The alien race's attacks were repelled time and time again. During this time, over 100 alien saints had died, and countless Heaven Realm experts and below had died. Even heaven deities had died in large numbers. The Saint King commanding the Heaven Martial continent had also been heavily injured several times. They had no choice but to replace him. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before the alien races were driven out of the Heaven Martial continent. Helpless, the alien races sent even more experts into the Heaven Martial continent. At this point, they had pulled out all their main forces from the Zhan Wu continent. The reason they were deliberately targeting the Heaven Martial continent was because news had spread that the Lightning Divine Hall was most likely to appear in the Heaven Martial continent. So they had to take this place. They had to control it. As the alien race's main forces invaded, the Heaven Martial continent's cultivators immediately felt the pressure. As a result, another stalemate began. As the war in the Heaven Martial continent continued, Ziqin, who possessed great battle power, didn't join in. He had always been guarding the Sin Star. The only thing he could do was to send an endless stream of experts into the Heaven Martial continent and let them fight against the alien races. At the same time, he had to ensure the safety of this place. It could be said that whether or not the Life Star could last through this war depended on whether or not this place would fall. 2 years quickly passed. The war didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. During this time, countless lives had been lost. Although he didn't personally participate in the war, when he saw the death toll from Lei Ting's battle report, Ziqin was deeply moved. But this was war. There was no mercy or mercy. If the goal of the war was just to wear down the enemy, I believe that goal has been achieved. Looking at the new battle report and the death toll, Ziqin couldn't help sighing. How can this war end? Yiqian asked. In these 2 years, she had always been by Ziqian's side. Wait until one side is completely annihilated, or the lightning divine palace appears. Ziqian kept the battle report and said indifferently, Do we really have to be so cruel? Worry appeared on Yiqian's face. Even if she was a goddess, she couldn't change anything in this war. This was how war was. At this moment, outside the star field, for people had arrived. The 4 of them looked very simple and unremarkable. As for their cultivation realm, they were only saints. In these 2 years, too many saints had come to the Sin Star. So many that seeing saints was a common thing. They stood outside the Sin Star. One of them took out a jade pendant. As energy was released from it, a figure appeared from the jade pendant. At this moment, if Ziqian were here, he would definitely recognize that the figure that appeared was his appearance. It's here. Let's go in. One of the 4 said in a deep voice. Then the 4 of them disappeared. After that, the 4 of them stood on the Sin Star and spread out to gather information. Mainly, they asked about everything related to the Life Star. During this time, they also deliberately inquired about the master of this star field, Ziqin. In these 2 years, there were too many similar inquiries. The cultivators on the Sin Star were already used to it, so they didn't show any abnormalities. However, unlike before, the 4 of them didn't leave after gathering information. Instead, they directly headed to the center of the planet. There, Ziqian was personally overseeing. The 4 of them moved in 4 different directions. They looked like 4 ordinary saints, but they unintentionally avoided the guards. They constantly approached Zichen's residence. During this time, the guards didn't notice anything. It was as if they couldn't see their existence. However, after advancing for a distance, the 4 of them's expression changed instantly. Then they retreated. Chapter 24:13. The 4 of them appeared outside the Star of Sin and gathered together. "Did you sense it?" asked one of them. The other 3 nodded one after another, their faces revealing awkward expressions. "Seems like the rumor is true. A God clan member is protecting him," said one of them. "What should we do? Do we have to attack the God clan? Although we can sense that the other party isn't strong, if we act rashly it will have a big impact," said another one. "Not many God clan members dare to protect a life star. The other party might have a big background. Let's go and ask the overlords first." The 4 of them stopped for a while and then turned into streamers flying away. The 4 of them went to the deepest part of the star path, where the overlords were guarding. The overlords never disclosed their coordinates. To the outer forces, it was the most mysterious place. However, as the 4 of them arrived, they easily found the coordinates of a force and broke through that space. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Dalfu family?" As soon as the 4 of them broke through the space, they heard a cold voice. Then, many streamers appeared, blocking their way. These people were all saints, and their faces were cold. One of the 4 of them glanced at the saints, his face indifferent. He took a step forward, holding a light ball in his hand. That light ball emitted a dazzling light, condensing into a token. A sacred aura emitted from that token, bringing with it a strong pressure. The indifferent saints from the Dalfu family paled when they saw the token in the light ball. Then they retreated. When they had put enough distance between them, they bowed. In this star area, the Dalfu family was the noblest family. No force could make them lower their heads. But now they had to lower their heads, because it was a divine token. The man with the divine token took it back. He looked at the saints of the Dalfu family and said, "I have a few questions for you." "Sir, please ask. Do you know that there's a God clan in the outer star area?" Hearing that, they turned around to look at each other. Their faces were full of doubts. Apparently they didn't know about it. "Isn't this star area under your control? How come you don't even know about it?" The man frowned, looking dissatisfied. "My lord, please calm down. It's true that we don't know about this matter, but perhaps someone in the family knows. Please come with us to the family. We will definitely investigate this matter," said the Doff family saint. All right. The 4 of them had no choice but to go to the Dalfu clan first. The arrival of the celestial race with the divine decree was naturally a huge matter. The entire Dalfu family was shaken, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. Of course, they would not forget what happened 2 years ago. At that time, they had almost collided with the goddess. After finding out the true identity of the goddess, the entire Dalfu clan had always been on tenterhooks, unable to calm down. He did not expect that just 2 years later, the god race would come here. Were they here to denounce him? The great saint from the Dalfu clan, who had wanted to kill Zichin, appeared. He walked into the hall anxiously. Although the 4 of them were only saints, they had divine orders, so they could not afford to be careless. When the 4 of them saw a great saint enter, their expressions changed slightly, but they quickly calmed down. However, out of courtesy, the 4 of them stood up. "Hua Qing greets, all my lords. I did not know that you were coming, so I did not welcome you. Please forgive me, my lords." The great saint from the Dalfu clan apologized as soon as he came in, his expression respectful and humble. Among the 4 of them, the man with the divine decree waved his hand and said, "It's not a crime. We came this time because we have something to ask. My lord, please ask away." "I will tell you everything I know." Hua Qing cupped his fist and said, Do you know that there is a god race in the outer region? Do you know his identity? God race. Hua Cheng was stunned. What? You don't know? A god race has appeared in your territory, and you don't know anything about it? The saint frowned, showing dissatisfaction on his face. My lord, which star area are you talking about? Hua Cheng asked, puzzled. Sin star area. Sin star area. Hua Cheng became more and more confused. He had been very nervous, thinking that the other party was here to ask about the matter last time. However, the other party clearly did not come to blame him, which made him even more confused. My lord, the Sin Star area is not under our jurisdiction. At this time, a voice came from outside the door, and Doffhill walked in. Not under your jurisdiction? Is there someone else in charge of this place? The other party asked, puzzled. My lord, you may not know, but there are 2 other forces in the star path like us. The entire star path is under the control of our 3 forces. Although the Sin Star area is not under our jurisdiction, I have some understanding of it. What does my lord want to know? Doffhill cupped his fist and said. The man glanced at Doffhill. Then a jade pendant appeared in his hand. After activating the jade pendant, a figure appeared. The man said, Do you know him? Looking at that extremely familiar figure, how could Doffhill not recognize him? The other party was his mortal enemy, and the moment they met, they would not rest until one of them was dead. This was also why Doffhill knew about the distant Sin Star area. His name is Zichin, and he came from a life star. It is said that he is a heaven-defying cultivator, and he is the true ruler of the Sin Star area, Doffhill said. The man nodded with satisfaction. What Doffhill said was the same as what they knew. Then do you know that this Zichin is protected by a divine race expert? The man asked. I know. Doffhill nodded. Do you know his identity? The man asked again. The other 3 also looked at Doffhill. Doffhill pondered for a moment, then asked, My lords, did you encounter any obstacles when you were trying to kill this Zichin? That divine race expert is not strong enough to stop us. We don't want to complicate matters. Do you know his identity or not? The man frowned, dissatisfied with Doffhill's question. To be precise, it should be her, Doffhill said. Her? It's a woman? The man frowned, and the others also had strange expressions on their faces. When they had approached, they had only sensed the aura of a divine race expert, so they had immediately retreated. They did not know the other party's gender. Yes, she is the divine lady of this world. She has an extremely noble status. She is also the friend of Zichin, whom you want to kill. Last time, we almost killed Zichin, but the divine lady suddenly appeared and forced us to retreat. Doffhill said, Divine lady? They were stunned again, their faces filled with astonishment. In the divine race, the divine lady was not just a title. It was a symbol of status. Only those extremely noble existences could be called divine ladies. She is the noblest divine lady in the depths of the Star Road. Doffhill said in a low voice, How noble! When the divine lady awakened, I saw it with my own eyes. Then, I heard that the divine lady's father was a divine god. Doffhill said, What? A divine god? The 4 men's faces changed dramatically. The word divine god was enough to move them. They stood up instinctively. She is the daughter of a divine god? How is that possible? The 4 men looked at each other in shock. This was completely out of their expectations. Even if they were given 10 or 100 guts, they would not dare to make a move on the daughter of a divine god. The 4 men stood there in shock, their expressions constantly changing. After suppressing his shock, the man looked at Doffhill and asked, Is this true? Absolutely true. I dare not lie in the slightest. Doffhill bowed. Then do you know which divine lord's daughter is she? The man cupped his fist in the air, his expression becoming respectful. I do not know. If you have entered the depths of the Star Road, I believed that the Divine Lord there would know. This news was undoubtedly too shocking, so the man waved his hand and said, "All right, the two of you can leave now. I will call for you if I need you." "Yes." Dofhil, Hua Cheng, and Dofhil bowed to the four men and then respectfully left, leaving the four shocked men behind. She is the daughter of a divine god. When there were only four men left, not only did their shocked expressions not disappear, they became even more serious. They knew very well the true meaning of a divine god in the divine race. "Don't go, don't go. It will be troublesome if we go again. We can only send a message back." Dofhil and Supreme Sage Hua Cheng returned to the room. Supreme Sage Hua Cheng then shot out a ray of energy, isolating the surroundings. He looked at Dofhil and asked, "Hill, what do you think?" Dofhil said in a deep voice, "Zichen cannot die, or rather, he cannot die in their hands. Although these four men are not to be trifled with, they cannot ruin my plan. I suggest that we leave the four of them in the Dof clan and observe their next move. If they are suspicious and decide to make a move, then we must follow. If necessary." A cold killing intent flashed in Dofhil's eyes. Obviously, if it was really necessary, he would kill even a god. Unlike others, Dofhil did not have the slightest respect for divine lords. This might have something to do with the bone of divine lord in his body. This was not only his plan, but also the Dof clan's plan. Or rather, it was a secret plan of the Dof clan. Even some people in the clan did not know about the bone of divine lord. This was also why a great sage was sent to kill a mere saint back then. The bone of divine lord could not be lost. Therefore, Zichen could not die for the time being, or rather, he could not die in their hands. Under the deliberate persuasion of the four men, they did not leave but chose to wait here for news. This wait lasted for 3 whole years. Chapter 24:14. When the four of them received the news, Dofhil happened to be with them. As a young man, Dofhil got along well with them in the past 3 years. Looking at their changing expressions, Dofhil asked, "Is there news?" "Yes." A man nodded. His name was Weiss, and he was the leader of the four. He had the final say in everything. It was said that he was also the strongest of the four. But in the end, they were only saints, so Dofhil didn't think that they could be that strong. However, he was very surprised by their concealment methods. This was the only thing he was afraid of after becoming a saint king. It was precisely because of this concealment method that he was somewhat worried that Zichen would be killed by them. Weiss glanced at the three and said, "The higher-ups ordered us to continue, but we must not hurt the goddess. It's not a big problem. We just need to sneak in and kill him in 1 strike. Maybe the goddess won't even know what happened, and the battle will end prematurely." Another person said, this person was called Wei Ming, but he was not Weiss's brother. They were just from the same organization. The other 2 were called Wei Lang and Wei Sen. They made it sound simple, but if it was really that easy to kill Zichen would have died countless times over the years. Dofhil did not remind them to be careful. Instead, he said excitedly, "With the help of the few of you, Zichen will definitely die. I hope you can take me with you. I want to see him die with my own eyes. Only when I see his corpse can I resolve the hatred in my heart." Seeing Weiss's frown, Dofhil quickly said, "Rest assured, I will wait in the outer star field. I will not alert the enemy. It's just that my grudge with Zichen is too deep. I want to see him die with my own eyes, even if I can only see his corpse." "That's good too." Weiss's frown relaxed. He nodded and said, "When the time comes, you can wait outside the Star of Sin." Wei Ming said indifferently, "It's okay to wait in the Star of Sin. As long as you hide your aura, no one will be able to find you. After all, there are too many people there, and saints can be seen everywhere." Dofhil immediately said, "Although my concealment skills are not as good as yours, ordinary people will not be able to detect me. I will definitely hide well and not expose my identity. Then follow me. We'll leave now. It had been 5 years since Zi-Chun returned from the depths of the star path. During these 5 years, he had been overseeing the nefarious starfield. During that time, he had sent a large number of experts and forces to the Martial Heaven continent. The previous battle was a real disaster to the Life Star. All the creatures on the Life Star had to bear a big loss. However, with the path that Zi-Chun had opened up, the battle situation was clearly much better. Not only had the number of casualties decreased, but the entire Tianwu continent had also become more prosperous. While the battle was going on, there were also many private transactions taking place. The once unreachable Saint Realm seemed to have become easier in this chaotic era. This is the name list this time. There is an aristocratic family that is preparing to move in. Can you take a look and see if there are any problems? Yi Qian walked in with a list of names in her hands. There were many words written on it, and it was 3 pages long. Zi-Chun received it and glanced at it. Then he put it away and smiled. Since you've seen it yourself, of course, I'm relieved. Yi Qian smiled. Her smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. Zi-Chun felt very sorry for Yi Qian. After all, Yi Qian was on the star path. There was only a teleportation formation between them. However, during these 5 years, she hadn't gone back to see her mother even once. Yi Qian had always followed him without complaint. She had used her identity as a goddess to protect him and help him silently. What's wrong? Looking at Zi-Chen, who was a little absent-minded, Yi Qian asked. Oh, nothing. Zi-Chen pulled himself together. He looked at Yi Qian and shook his head. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Yi Qian was about to leave. However, after turning around, she suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Zi-Chun felt something was wrong. He looked at Yi Qian suspiciously. I feel that strange aura again. It's the same as 3 years ago, Yi Qian said. Could it be an illusion? Zi-Chun asked. No, it's stronger this time. It seems that something is approaching. Yi Qian shook her head. Is it? Zi-Chen released his perfect spiritual sense and spread it around. He carefully explored every area, but he didn't find anything special. He retracted his spiritual sense and found that Yi Qian was still frowning. She said with certainty, I can feel that something is approaching. Yi Qian was a goddess. The blood flowing in her body was divine blood. After awakening, she became a pure god. Zi-Chen trusted Yi Qian's words. Thus, his eyes began to flicker with gold and silver light. This caused his eyes to become extremely sharp. 3 years ago, Yi Qian had a similar feeling. However, the object she felt didn't appear in the end. At that time, Zi-Chun thought that it was just Yi Qian's illusion. However, it seemed that it wasn't. Daf Hill followed the 4 to the Star of Sin and stepped into this star field. After that, Daf Hill separated from the 4 and observed the star field. The 4 of them split up and headed towards Zi-Chen's residence, which they had already scouted. Daf Hill watched the 4 from afar. He watched as they walked forward step by step. The space around them began to distort, and they disappeared just like that. This was why Daf Hill was most afraid of the 4. Even he couldn't detect their concealment skills. If he attacked rashly, he might be able to kill Zi-Chen without him noticing. However, he knew Zi-Chen's defense very well. He also knew that with Zi-Chen's current realm, these people might be able to succeed in a sneak attack, but the possibility of killing Zi-Chen wasn't high. He didn't tell the 4 that Zi-Chen had broken through to the Saint King realm. He even deliberately said that Zi-Chen's combat power wasn't strong. It was considered to be misleading. He hated Zi-Chen to death, but he didn't want Zi-Chen to die in the hands of the 4. Zi-Chen sat in the hall. His eyes flashed with gold and silver light. His vision was distorted, undergoing some kind of change. This was the Yin Yang Eye. It was the most special Yin Yang Eye. It could see the yin and yang in the world. The world in his eyes became unusual at this moment. Then he saw what he wanted to see. "You back off first," Zichen said, but he was transmitting his voice through sound transmission. "Did you find something?" Yichen asked through voice transmission. "I found something very interesting." Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied via voice transmission. At this moment in his vision, a person appeared in the distorted space. The person was walking toward him from the direction of the gate. Along the way, no one noticed him, whether it was the heaven realm or the saint realm. At this moment, he was like an invisible person. Just like that, the other party swaggered through the corridors and arrived at his residence. As he moved forward, a sword appeared in the other party's hand. The sword was hidden in the distorted space. No one could see it. Zichen looked at him quietly, watching him approach step by step. The gold and silver light in his eyes had disappeared. It was as if he was staring ahead. The man who walked in saw Zichen's gaze. His pupils shrank slightly. He was very surprised. However, he didn't think his tracks would be discovered. So he stood at the door for 3 breaths. When the second breath ended, he saw Zichen close his eyes. This made him completely relax. Then he saw a woman in a relatively distant position. Her body surged with a strong and pure aura of the god race. Clearly, this woman was the daughter of the god race. Fortunately, she was still some distance away from Zichen. He could kill Zichen silently. In order to ensure that this assassination was foolproof, he waited for a few more breaths until his 3 companions arrived from other directions. The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded. Then they approached Zichen. Weiss was the first to arrive. The sheathless sword in his hand cut through space and stabbed towards Zichen's forehead. With his eyes closed, Zichen was in an absolutely silent space. His essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak. After seeing this person, he believed that he definitely wouldn't silently attack him. He believed that with his perfect spiritual senses, he would definitely be able to detect the abnormality. Therefore, he closed his eyes and chose to ignore it. He began to calmly sense it. Under his wholehearted perception, there were indeed some mysterious fluctuations in space. Then Zichen, who had his eyes closed, slowly reached out and grabbed in front of him. At this moment, in Weiss' eyes, Zichen had already begun to move. The moment he drew his sword, Zichen made his move. Just as his sword was an inch away from Zichen's forehead, he saw Zichen's 2 fingers clamp down on the sword. Everything seemed to be a coincidence. At this moment, his figure completely appeared. He stared in astonishment at Zichen, who still had his eyes closed. Yichen also saw Zichen's actions, but she didn't understand the meaning behind them. However, she understood in the next moment. Zichen's 2 fingers paused in front of him. Then, a sword appeared between his fingers. A person appeared behind the sword. It was an ordinary-looking saint. The aura surging from his body made Yichen feel that it was very strange. However, the source of her previous perception was this saint. The saint appeared with a look of astonishment on his face. However, at this moment, Zichen suddenly exerted force with his 2 fingers. Crack! Under the surge of the energy light, the sword between his fingertips broke, and the saint was forced to take a few steps back. At the same time, Zichen closed his eyes. His left hand grabbed the broken sword tip and shook it to the side. Swish! An ear-piercing sound was heard as the sword tip went straight to the side. Eft! Chapter 24:15. Zichen sat in his original position with his eyes closed. After forcing a saint to retreat, he pierced another saint's throat. This saint was Wei Lang. Before he could attack, he was hit by the broken sword tip. His eyes were filled with shock. When he saw Weiss' attack being blocked, he was shocked and in disbelief. However, he instinctively thought that it was just a coincidence. Hence, he immediately launched an attack. However, he did not expect that before his attack reached, he would be hit first. When Wei Lang appeared, his face was filled with shock. He was in disbelief. Since he had already appeared, there was no point in hiding anymore. Hence, he revealed a cold expression and was about to attack with his sword. He, Weiss, and the other two hiding in the dark believed that they would be able to kill Zichen immediately. However, in the next moment, the shock on his face turned into shock. Very quickly, it turned into shock and even fear. This was because he could feel that his life force was rapidly depleting. The fire of life in his mind seemed to have met a raging ocean. The fire of life was being extinguished continuously. He raised the sword in his hand. However, his attack did not land. He held his neck with one hand and his body fell backward. He was dead. At the moment before he died, he still could not believe that he would die from such a casual attack. Just as Wei Lang fell, Wei Sun and the other person also launched their attacks. Zichen, who was sitting down, suddenly turned around and stretched out 4 fingers, clamping down on the 2 long swords. The 2 people who appeared next were filled with shock. They had failed 4 times in a row. Evidently, this was no longer a coincidence. Their tracks had been discovered. Although it was hard to believe, they had to admit that this was the truth. Clang! Clang! Zichen's 4 fingers exerted force, and the 2 swords broke in an instant. Zichen's fingers pinched the 2 broken swords, and he threw them forward. Clang! Clang! The 2 people reacted quickly. They used their short swords to block in front of them and avoided this fatal attack. At this point, the 4 people who came to assassinate Zichen had all appeared. However, one of them was already dead. Yi Qian was very surprised to see these 3 people appear. She didn't expect that so many people would come to assassinate Zichen. However, since their figures had appeared, the battle was actually over. The 3 of them were only saints, while Zichen was already a Saint King. The gap between the 2 sides was very obvious. After losing their advantage of concealment, how could they be a match for Holy King Zichen? Zichen, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. 2 rays of gold and silver light shot out from his eyes. These 2 rays of light were like 2 sharp blades that shot towards Wei Sun. Such an unforeseen event caused Wei Sun's expression to change greatly. He continuously retreated. At the same time, he waved the broken sword in his hand, wanting to slash apart the 2 attacks. The broken sword landed on the gold and silver light with a fierce attack. It could be seen that his reaction and attack were very fast, but the difference between his strength and Zichen's attack was too big. With a kacha sound, the broken sword in Wei Sun's hand broke once again. 2 beams of golden and silver light pierced through his body. After that, there was no more after. Under such a powerful attack, accompanied by Zichen's heaven-defying destructive Holy King power, Wei Sun's soul flame was quickly extinguished. His body fell backward. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 people had died. Holy King! The remaining 2 people cried out in shock. Their eyes were filled with fear. As they retreated, the space around them began to distort. Their bodies disappeared again. Clearly, the 2 people who knew the difference between the 2 sides decisively chose to retreat. Buzz! The gold and silver light flashed in Zichen's eyes again. 2 attacks flew out, crushing the void. 1 person fell out. During this time, Wei Si, who had attacked Zichen for the first time, had already retreated to the door. He could be far away in the next moment. His face was filled with shock. Clearly, this was different from the information they had received. Zichen wasn't a saint, but a true Holy King. His battle strength was too strong. Most importantly, they didn't know why their concealment method was seen through by the other party. You can't escape. Just as Wei Si reached the door, he suddenly heard Zichen's voice. Then his vision blurred. Zichen appeared before him. At this moment, gold and silver light flowed in Zichen's eyes. The light was very cold. Wei Si, who was hiding, felt like he had been seen through. Seeing Zi-Chen's cold eyes, all of Wei Si's hope disappeared. He clenched his teeth and attacked. A swift sword went straight for Zi-Chen. This was a desperate attack. It was very sharp and powerful. However, facing this sword, Zi-Chen only leaned to the side and dodged. Then he raised his hand and chopped at Wei Si's throat. The powerful force sent Wei Si flying. At the same time, Zi-Chen reached out. A beam of energy extended out, carrying Wei Long's sword and flying towards Wei Si. Uft! The sword pierced through Welland's chest and pierced his body into the wall. Wei Long was nailed to the wall. Blood flowed down the wall and dyed the ground red. Noises came from outside. Then cultivators heard the commotion and came in. They stood outside the room and surrounded it. Through the front door, they could see the corpses on the ground. Their faces were filled with confusion. "It's fine. You can all leave." In the room, Zi-Chan waved his hand. His body flashed and disappeared. His figure appeared in the middle of the market. After arriving, he lifted his head and looked into the distance. At the end of his line of sight, a man noticed him. He turned around and looked at Zi-Chen. Then he smiled coldly at him. He used his hand to draw a line on his neck and left. "Daf Hill." Zi-Chan recognized him, but he didn't chase after him. This person's concealment method was very good. He didn't seem like someone from the Star Path. He gave off a feeling like he was a fake god. With the Doff family's connections, they definitely couldn't invite such a person. Moreover, these people dared to make a move in front of Yi Qian. Obviously, they had something to rely on. What happened? Yi Qian appeared next to Zi-Chen. "It's Daf Hill," said Zi-Chen. "Is he the one who sent them?" "Not likely, but I'm sure it's related to him." Zi-Chen shook his head. "Forget it. Don't mind him. We should go back first." Zi-Chen used to stay in the City of God. He knew what kind of position Yi Qian had in that place. As long as Yi Qian was here, the God clan in the City of God wouldn't dare to come here, let alone those fake gods. Most importantly, the City of God didn't have any grudges with him. They didn't need to kill him or offend Yi Qian. Thinking about it, those people didn't come from the Star Path. They didn't come from the Star Path, but they wanted to kill Zi-Chen. It was clear now. These people were related to the alien tribes that had fought against the Life Star. Perhaps they were the existences behind the alien tribes. If so, it could explain why they left 3 years ago and came back. It must be because of Yi Qian. Zi-Chen had guessed the truth of the matter when he got back to his room. Even Yi Qian had sensed it. However, they didn't tell him the truth. "Seems like you have to be more careful in the future," reminded Yi Qian. "Don't worry. I'm fine," Zi-Chen said absent-mindedly. He wasn't worried about his own safety. He was worried about the Life Star's survival. Apparently, this assassination meant that the God clan had intervened. Then, it was time for the fierce battle to intensify. At that time, perhaps the God clan who controlled the alien tribes would join hands with the City of God. They would gather all their forces to open the Star Path and attack the Life Star. Zi-Chen had only used a part of the experts from the Star Path to stabilize the situation. Once the City of God got involved, the Life Star would be the one to suffer. It seemed to be an unsolvable situation. Every time they reached this stage, the Life Star would suffer a great loss. Even the great saint-level existences would fall at this time. Zi-Chen was a little anxious. He turned around to look at Yi Qian. He felt a little relieved. He hoped that Yi Qian's identity would make the City of God value her choice. Putting the life of the entire Life Star in the hands of Yi Qian, the goddess, gave Zi-Chen an indescribably complicated feeling. The saint's body had been taken care of. The entire room was cleaned. There wasn't even a speck of dust. There was even a faint fragrance in the air. Send more people to the Life Star. "I will go back later," said Zi-Chen after keeping silent for a while. Okay, I will arrange it now. Yiqian stood up and walked out. She could feel the pressure from Zichen. Daf Hill left the star area. He felt lucky but also regretful. He felt lucky that Zichen hadn't been killed by those four. However, he regretted that Zichen hadn't been able to chase after him. How was it? An old voice sounded. The great saint from the Daf family appeared in the void. He had been silently following behind. Dead, said Daf Hill. The old man nodded. He didn't ask who had died. After seeing Zichen's methods, he knew that the chances of those four killing Zichen were not high. Just as Wei Lang and the others were killed by Zichen in a distant mysterious region, the mastermind of this incident knew everything. He wasn't surprised by the four's deaths. If heaven-defying experts were killed just like that, even if they entered the lightning god temple, it would be meaningless. Sir, the assassination has failed. Should we send more people? Just one test is enough. If we really kill him, then what's the point of entering the lightning god temple? Then are we going to let him go just like that? Chapter 24:16. The god race was also divided into factions, and there were also internal conflicts within the god race. The god race was the same as humans, except that they were much stronger and thought themselves to be much more noble. However, when necessary, the god race would also unite. The god race in the depths of the star path and the god race in the endless starry sky were two different factions. Normally, they would not interact with each other, or it could be said that they were on opposite sides. However, when it came to the matter of the life star, they had to unite and fight against the outside world. The emissary of the god race from the endless starry sky arrived at the city of God and entered the city. He saw the male god race that had once stood beside Yiqian. Mo Feng, I have received orders from above. It's time for your people to participate in the battle. The moment the god race emissary arrived, he went straight to the point. The male god race emissary named Mo Feng said indifferently, "The battle has just begun, and it's still very far from the lightning divine palace's appearance. Isn't it too early to take action now?" The god race emissary said, "Because your star path has broken the rules, it has caused the battle situation to become uncontrollable. Therefore, you have to take action. Only then can you quickly reverse the battle situation, completely occupy that place, and wait for the lightning divine palace to appear." Breaking the rules? What do you mean? Mo Feng asked, puzzled. That heaven-defying Zichen has sent a portion of your people to fight against our people. Your people fighting against your own people, isn't that breaking the rules? Mo Feng said in a deep voice, "I don't remember the star path having such a rule. As for that heaven defying being able to open a path in the star path, that's also his own ability. The star path is open to everyone, and it's also a place of fair competition. We have no right to stop him." The god race emissary said, "Don't think that we don't know that someone from the god race is protecting him. However, do you know the seriousness of this matter? If the timing is delayed, how big of an impact will it have on us?" Mo Feng waved his hand and said, "I am very clear about this matter. As long as we can guarantee that when the lightning divine palace appears, our people will be outside the lightning divine palace and can enter it smoothly, that's enough. You're really not going to take action? The time is not right yet. When the time is right, our Star Path army will naturally enter the Life Star." This negotiation ended on a sour note. Mo Feng's attitude was unusually unyielding, which was the same as usual. This person was very clear on this point. Mo Feng's change in attitude was due to the ambiguous relationship between the goddess and Zichen. It was also due to the goddess identity, as well as her heavenly deity father. Otherwise, the forces on the Star Road would have already joined in the encirclement and annihilation. Until now, killing creatures on the life stars had always been one of their hobbies. After the god race left, Wind Void pondered for a moment before saying, Send someone to inform the goddess that the battle should continue like this. Do not rush for instant benefits. Yes, Ziqin, who was anxiously sending experts to the life stars, also decided to go there himself. He had a bad premonition, so he decided to go to the Sky Martial continent to take part in the war. Before he could return, the people of the god race had already arrived. They met with goddess Yiqian, and the two seemed to have discussed something. Then the god race left. After a while, Yiqian came. She looked at Ziqin and said, "There's news from the city of gods. They said that the battle should continue like this. This is a battle that needs to last. There's no need to be too impatient." Ziqin nodded. His hanging heart finally calmed down. He looked at Yiqian and said gratefully, "Thank you." This news was timely. It meant that the forces on the Star Road wouldn't join the battle until it was over. And the reason for that was Yiqian's identity as the goddess. Although it was funny that such a world-destroying battle was avoided because of a woman, it was the truth. Thus, Ziqin was more curious about the heavenly god realm. He also respected her more. Yiqian looked at Ziqin and smiled. She didn't say anything. They were familiar with each other, so they didn't need to be polite. The greatest calamity on the life stars was resolved by Yiqian, just like that. Now, Ziqin didn't need to rush. He just needed to send people to the battlefield slowly. Just as the god race had said, this battle would last for a long time. When it ended, the lightning divine temple would appear. If the lightning divine temple didn't appear for 100 years, then this battle would last for 100 years. No one could be sure of the exact time the lightning divine temple would appear. When the greatest enemy said that they wouldn't come, the tense battle had calmed down. Next, whether it was Su Mengyao, evil good monk, or the others, they could also find a chance to take a walk in the Star Road. The next thing they needed to do was to become Sage Kings. Ziqin walked around the City of God. When he came out, he faced the pressure of the great sages and broke through to the Sage King realm. However, Tyrant and the others had yet to break through. On the life stars, other than the lightning divine temple, there didn't seem to be any opportunities that could help them reach the Sage King realm. Therefore, Ziqin called Su Mengyao to the Star of Sin. This place had Xing Chen's opportunities. The Xing Chen that descended had different grades. The lowest grade Xing Chen could let a heaven realm expert become a sage, while the highest grade could let a person become a Sage King. It was said that the highest grade could even let a person become a great sage. However, on this point, Ziqin had reservations. This was because the highest grade Xingqian was occupied by the overlords. However, he didn't see many great sages among the overlords. Instead, in the City of God, there were many great sages of unknown grades. Therefore, Ziqin guessed that the Sage King realm was the limit of the Star Road's opportunities. If he wanted to advance further, he had to enter the City of God. No matter whether this guess was reasonable or not, it didn't have much to do with them now. The energy in Ziqin's world hadn't completely transformed into the power of a Sage King. Therefore, he had to work hard to cultivate and transform the energy. As for evil good monk and the others, they could only rely on the heavenly Xing Chen's quality to increase their cultivation. This also required time. With Su Mingyao's arrival, there were many existences who had comprehended the heavenly Tao. They sat cross-legged under the whirlpool, quietly comprehending the heavenly Tao and summoning the high-grade Xing Chen to descend. Under a huge whirlpool, Su Mengyao sat cross-legged quietly. She had been here for a total of 3 years. In these 3 years, she didn't pay attention to the everlasting sect and the battle situation on the life stars. She was wholeheartedly comprehending the ethereal in action Tao. Today, after having closed her eyes for 3 years, she opened her eyes and raised her head to look at the whirlpool above her head. Beams of energy appeared around her. They were like straight chains that went against the heavens and entered the whirlpool. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with anticipation. After 3 years of waiting, She had missed a lot of Xingqian. Finally, she could sense the high-grade Xingqian. A moment later, a rumbling sound came from the vortex. The light of energy around her was straightened, and a shadow appeared at the top of the vortex. That shadow came from a giant Xingqian. At this moment, beams of energy pierced into the Xingqian, slowly dragging the Xingqian down. This scene brought about a huge commotion, attracting the attention of others. After that, beams of light flashed, and one figure after another appeared at the edge of the vortex of light. Among these people, there was the sky-splitting battle ape, evil good monk, and Zhang Haoyan. They were the main forces on the life stars. At this moment, they were all gathered on this star passage. Looking at this aura, it should be a high-grade Xingqian, the devil ape said as he raised his head to look at the slowly falling Xingqian. According to Zi Chen's instructions, the first high-grade Xingqian will be refined by Su Mengyao first. She must be the first one among us to become a holy ruler, Zhang Haoqian said as he glanced at the monk beside him. The monk said unhappily, Zhang Haoqian, what do you mean? Does Lord Zhang not even have this little bit of self-control? Does he not care about the big picture? Zhang Haoqian did not reply. Ever since the end of Shadowthorn, he had spoken less. Even now, he was still not good at dealing with people. Who knows? The devil ape snorted. The monk was so angry that he rolled his eyes and shouted, Lord Zhang doesn't get along with you. When the Xingqian was halfway down, Su Mengyao turned into a beam of light and entered the Xingqian. Obviously, she was going to use the opportunity in the Xingqian to break through to the Holy Ruler realm. The Xingqian slowly descended and finally landed in the void, floating quietly. The monk and the rest stood in the distance and watched quietly. 1.5 years later, Su Mengyao walked out of the Xingqian. She was surrounded by the aura of a holy ruler. Su Mengyao had become a holy ruler. Congratulations! The monk and the rest cupped their fists together with joy on their faces. As long as they had such an opportunity in the Star Road, they would be able to break through to the Holy Ruler realm. Su Mengyao, who appeared, nodded at them. Then she stretched out her hand and shot out a beam of energy. The beam of energy carried the Xingqian and flew out of the vortex. As the Xingqian reached a safe area, the monk and the rest followed. Obviously, there were other opportunities inside. Then, Su Mengyao continued to sit cross-legged. On one hand, she was consolidating her holy ruler realm. On the other hand, she was continuing to sense the Xingqian that had the opportunity to become a holy ruler. As she broke through to the holy ruler realm, her senses became sharper. Time passed. When the second 3 years came, another holy ruler star of opportunity appeared in the vortex. When Tyrant and the others caught sight of this, their faces were filled with joy. Then Zhang Haoqian and the demon ape broke through to the holy ruler realm with the help of the Xingqian. Another 3 years passed. The third holy ruler star of opportunity appeared. This time, the good and evil monk and Longhu broke through. Time passed. The experts from the Life Star and the Wuji sect all broke through to the holy ruler realm with the help of this opportunity. Su Mengyao, who originally took 3 years to sense one holy ruler star of opportunity, had a shorter time to sense it. Finally, she was able to sense one holy ruler star of opportunity every year. Other than that, other cultivators in other places also gained something. The number of holy rulers in the Wuji sect gradually increased. The battle was still going on. It had been going on for decades. One day, a vast aura appeared in the sky above the Zhan Wu continent. Chapter 24:17. Due to the arrival of the experts from the Star Passage, the foreign races had all gone to attack the Tianwu continent. As a result, the tense atmosphere in the Zhan Wu continent had eased a lot. The war had already been going on for dozens of years, but there was no sign of it stopping. Everyone knew that if the war wanted to stop, the lightning divine temple, would descend early. On this day, when everything was going on as usual, in the sky above the Zhanwu continent, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. This aura spread out in waves, targeting the entire Zhanwu continent. The expressions of all the living beings on the Zhanwu continent changed when they sensed the fluctuation of this aura. Among them, there were some who were in the know. Their faces were filled with excitement. There were also some who knelt on the ground, praying continuously. From their prayers, one could hear the words, "Lightning Divine Temple." The strange ripple came from the sky above the Zhanwu continent. It came from a void space that no one could explore. It was a place where even the power of time could not reach. Following the appearance of this ripple, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the others also appeared. They raised their heads to look at the void. There, layers of ripples were being incessantly activated, spreading out in all directions. Feeling the ripple, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage said, "Looks like it's not wrong. The Lightning Divine Temple is about to appear." The other Grand Sages also nodded. They could not hide their excitement. The appearance of the Lightning Divine Temple meant that the war was about to end. In this war, because of Ziqin, their losses were not great. Compared to before, it was 100 times better. Once the Lightning Divine Temple appeared and the war ended, they could quickly carry out some of their plans. Go inform Ziqin. Tell him that the Lightning Divine Temple has appeared. Tell him to return to the Life Star now. The Azure Dragon Grand Sage instructed the Black Tortoise Grand Sage. "Okay, I'll go now." The Black Tortoise Grand Sage's figure disappeared. At this moment, the space on the other side fluctuated. Figures appeared one after another. Their expressions were cold. The aura of a Grand Sage surged around them. However, this aura was incompatible with the aura of a Grand Sage on a Life Star. "Azure Dragon, has the Lightning Divine Temple appeared?" After these people appeared, a dignified voice rang out. The one who spoke was the leader of the Grand Sages of the foreign races, the Foundation Grand Sage. "That's right. The Lightning Divine Temple has appeared." The Azure Dragon Grand Sage looked at the other party and said, "This war should end. It's time to end this. You guys are quite lucky. This should be the most complete one." Grand Saint Foundation Element smiled faintly. He looked up at the ripples above, and his eyes shone with anticipation. For great sages like them, there was no point in overseeing a battle like this. However, to great sages like them, the appearance of the Lightning Divine Palace was an opportunity to become a deity. This kind of opportunity only came once in many years. Although the Lightning Divine Palace had yet to fully appear before the eyes of the world, this battle that had lasted for many years had ended prematurely. The war had lasted for too long. After that, the remaining aristocratic families and cities began to rebuild. At the same time, they were celebrating and cheering. Being able to survive such a battle was indeed something worth rejoicing over. On the other side, the non-human kind began to gather their forces, adjust their formations, and cheer. Although they were invaders, they were still invaders with flesh, blood, and feelings. The constant deaths of their companions was a great test of their mental stress. Moreover, the battle was over and they were still alive. This was indeed something that could only be celebrated. After the celebration, it was time to wait. They were waiting for the Lightning Divine Palace to fully open. According to legends, there were many opportunities in the Lightning Divine Palace. Any cultivator could enter and search for opportunities. Even the deities would enter to search for opportunities. However, there were also some who chose to return after the battle. They returned to their own planets, to their own hometowns, and to live the life they wanted. The Lightning Divine Palace has appeared? When the news reached the Star Path, Ziqin was very surprised. However, his face soon revealed a look of joy. This was an unexpected surprise. The Lightning Divine Palace is about to appear. This means that the battle is over. Don't give them any more slots. Before Zi-chun could ask, the Black Tortoise Grand Sage said, next, they should have other ways to reach the Life Star. All right, I will pass down the order. Zi-chun nodded and said. He seemed very excited. The battle had ended. This meant that the Life Star had avoided this calamity. However, Zi-chun didn't know that although this calamity was over for the Life Stars, it was just the beginning for him. At this point, the teleportation formation open to the star path was closed. Those cultivators and forces who were still hesitating whether to enter this world through the Star of Sin were all blocked outside. They lost the right to enter the Life Star through Zi-chun. After greeting the monk and the rest, Zi-chun followed the Black Tortoise Grand Sage back to the Tianwu continent. This place became very quiet. Everyone was doing post-battle statistics and using their merits to exchange for resources. All the non-humankind tribes retreated to the cities they occupied. There, they gathered and waited for the lightning divine palace to appear. They were also waiting for new orders. The entire Tianwu continent was very quiet. There were no more battles. Zi-chun and the Black Tortoise Grand Sage entered the Zhan Wu continent. This place also became very quiet. However, when they passed by some non-humankind tribes' territories, they could still see some non-humankind powerhouses descending and some leaving. Zi-chun came to the place where the lightning divine palace appeared. The Green Dragon Grand Sage and the rest were there. At the same time, there were also non-humankind Grand Sages. Both sides had reached a tacit agreement and faced each other from afar. However, Zi-chun's arrival attracted the attention of all the non-humankind Grand Sages. Zi-chun raised his head and felt the tremors in the sky. He felt a familiar aura from it. This was indeed the aura of the lightning divine palace. It seemed like it was about to appear. After meeting the various Grand Sages, Zi-chun followed the instructions of the Grand Sages and returned to the Wuji sect. Before the lightning divine palace appeared completely, he had to stay in the Wuji sect and was not allowed to enter any place. Furthermore, the Black Tortoise Grand Sage followed him and protected him. Zi-chun did not understand the strictness of the Grand Sages. However, the Green Dragon Grand Sage told him that when the lightning divine palace appeared, he would understand. Just as Zi-chun returned to the Wuji sect, Yiqian also left the sinful starfield. She was going to the starfield where she was born to accompany her mother. She would only meet up with Zi-chun after the lightning divine palace appeared completely. The evil good monk and the rest, who had already broken through to the sage ruler realm, also returned to the Wuji sect after settling the matters in the sinful star. They would also enter the lightning divine palace and search for opportunities there to advance to the next level and become a grand sage. The news of the lightning divine palace's appearance quickly spread to the Star Road and then to the City of Gods. Mo Feng, who received the news, ordered the three great forces to work together and open a passage to leave the Star Road. This was also the only chance for the Star Road to be opened. During this period, all the forces in the Star Road had to listen to the orders of the three great forces. During this period, the Jiatu family tried to contact Zi-chun in the sinful Star Road to discuss some matters regarding the lightning divine palace. However, they failed in the end. Zi-chun returned to the Wuji sect. Before the lightning divine palace appeared, he would not meet anyone. 2 months later, the Star Road was jointly opened by the three great forces, and a passage to the void outside appeared. This could be considered as one of the few opportunities to leave the Star Road. Therefore, those existences who had already stayed in this star field long ago all headed towards the depths, and then came under the jurisdiction of the three great forces. After that, under the lead of the three great forces, they walked out of the Star Road and arrived at the void. Among them, other than a portion of existences who chose to leave, the majority of the forces and cultivators headed towards the Life Star under the lead of a large group. The Zhan Wu continent was their first stop, because the area here was large enough and most of the regions were already under their control. There was no need for a war. After arriving here, they inquired about the news regarding the Lightning Divine Palace. After that, they found a place relatively close to the Lightning Divine Palace and stopped. In the next few months, a large number of experts from the foreign races also descended. They gathered together and quietly waited for the Lightning Divine Palace to appear. The ripples from the Lightning Divine Palace became more and more intense. In the end, the space became like the surface of water, producing intense ripples as ripples spread out. A surge of aura descended from the sky, alarming the various great sages below. They opened their eyes and looked towards the sky. They saw the void break open, and a large hall emitting lightning light, bringing with it an aura that made one feel suffocated and in awe at the same time, descended from the sky. The Lightning Divine Palace is about to appear. Feeling the intense pressure, the expressions of the few great sages changed, and their figures flew backwards. The Lightning Divine Palace's surface area was extremely large, and its aura was also extremely surging. If one was too close to it, it would be hard to avoid being affected by the energy. Opposite them, those foreign race great sages also retreated one after another. The Lightning Divine Palace began to descend. An intense aura spread out, alarming all the living beings in the Zhan Wu continent. Feeling the ripples, many people came from afar, and all of them looked at the scene in shock. At this moment, the Lightning Divine Palace seemed to be passing through space. Its entire body was surrounded by lightning light, causing them to be unable to see the appearance of the Lightning Divine Palace clearly. However, when they felt it at a close distance, the pressure made them feel suffocated. This was the life star, or rather, the most mysterious thing in this world. At this moment, it had finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After countless years of waiting, the Lightning Divine Palace finally appeared in this way. This was a day that was worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Looking at the descending Lightning Divine Palace, the Azure Dragon Great Sage frowned and said, "Something seems wrong." "What's wrong?" The lightning sacred beast turned around and asked. The Azure Dragon Great Sage said, "It doesn't seem like it should appear here." You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.